How about now? Perfect. Good morning, everyone. If you can't be on time, be early. Quote of the day. So welcome to the quarterly meeting of the Business Council Board of Directors. We're going to kick things off with the pledge. Thank you. And now we'll do a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We will start with you, Mr. Arns.
Here.
Ms. Atkinson. Mr. Brown. Ms. Harvey is excused. Ms. Johnson. Mr. Kenyon.
Sure.
Mr. Lance. Mr. Law.
Sure.
Mr. Pivik, we do see that you are online.
Thanks.
Dr. Schaefer.
Good morning, I'm here.
Mr. Smith. And Ms. Tomasi. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. You do have quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Sutcliffe. And again, good morning, everyone. Appreciate the discussion that took place yesterday. I thought that was powerful. The couple things that came to mind is just it was obviously productive, but it felt so transparent. And I think going forward, obviously the seats at this table will change. The people sitting at the seats at this table will change, and the people on the slib will change. But that relationship is critical, and being able to work through things. And there's oftentimes no right or wrong answer with economic development, but having a relationship and having that communication is key. So applaud the effort, which I think a lot of that came from our strategy committee to keep that alive, and hopefully that'll become a tradition. But felt very productive. So our first agenda item is the consent agenda, and we have 5 items on the consent agenda. And as a reminder, anybody can pull any of those items out, one or multiple, if they'd like to have further discussion. They've gone through all the various committees. And if anybody would like to do that, now would be the time. If not, we'd entertain a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Law. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next up, we have opening or welcome remarks from Laramie County Commissioner, Mr. Malm. Thank you for being here. I think the podium would be best. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Gunnar Malm. I'm a Laramie County Commissioner here in Cheyenne, a 6th generation Laramie County resident, and very, very proud of our community and our county. And so I welcome you and thank you for coming. I just wanted to kind of give you a brief overview of where Laramie County is at economically and kind of some of the wins we've had and why we have those. And then hopefully we can maybe have a brief discussion on some other items, but the economic overview for Laramie County is a multifaceted approach and a real story of diversification. Oil and gas, we are the 3rd largest producer in the state of Wyoming behind Converse and Campbell counties, with 11 million barrels of oil produced in Laramie County every year and 25,000 CFS of MCF of natural gas. The majority of the 45 million that Laramie County generates in severance tax goes to the state of Wyoming. But we do see a significant impact with our sales and use tax that we get from the oil and gas industry and ad valorem taxes. In addition to oil and gas, their partners in the utilities are the highest paying careers in Laramie County, with 175 to 180% of the median income for employment. And so we're very appreciative of that legacy industry here in Laramie County and what it's been able to do, especially in the last 10 to 15 years. It wasn't historically something that we saw here as much until we've seen the enhanced kind of recovery efforts that have been made available because of efforts of the state of Wyoming. Another big piece of our economic development strategy and our success is our data centers. I think everybody here is aware of what we have been able to do with Cheyenne Leads, the Business Council support, and other community partners in attracting businesses like Microsoft and now Meta to our community. So just to give you some rough numbers, Microsoft has 10 current campuses in our community, with 2 to 3 on the books coming in the next 2 years. That's $1.8 billion in capital investment in Laramie County and in the state of Wyoming, $6.6 million in taxes, and over $7.5 million in permitting to city and county governments. The sales tax on electricity and the ad valorem tax that data centers pay is also a huge benefit to Laramie County going into, especially now, going into what we see happening just across the bridge at 2400 Capitol Avenue. Meta facility will be over 1 million square feet, and that's just phase one. The contractor that's doing the project has already told employees and is hiring with an over 10-year kind of work plan within our community. I guess to give you some insight in discussions with these folks, by the time they get done with the first facility, they'll start on the second, and when they get done with the second, they'll go back and start retrofitting and changing up the first one. And so it's a perpetual process that really lends to long-term economic development for our community. This additional growth is, in my mind, very good economic development, as they're not high employment centers, but they're high taxpayers with limited impact on local resources. They've made great strides in their water usage, which we have always heard as a concern for these kind of facilities. And then you obviously have to make sure that you have adequate power. And I think that our partners with Black Hills and High West Energy are making sure that that's available without a major impact to our other consumers. And so it's a great kind of mutually beneficial relationship, and in my mind, very good economic development. In addition to that, our partners at Leeds have historically brought other businesses in the logistics field with the Walmart Distribution Center and Lowe's. And again, those are projects in the North Range Business Park that the Wyoming Business Council is supportive of. And so I'm very appreciative of that. We also are home to the Warren Air Force Base, and everybody knows the Sentinel Missile Project through 3 administrations is still on track and still moving forward, sometimes slower than we'd like, and sometimes maybe quicker than we anticipate. And so we are readying for that kind of influx of people and growth into our community and the capital investment that the U.S. government and their contractors will make. So this success is the result of many things, but most of it is clear communication, collaboration, and a community that is invested in itself. And that's really what I want to talk to you about, is Laramie County's 30-year investment in itself, from either the 5th penny sales tax or 6th penny sales tax, where our residents have elected to invest in infrastructure needs, community enhancement needs, and other things that make our community grow. Additionally, with our EDAs like Cheyenne Leads, who for every $1 that they have invested in the community, they get a return of $7. And that's a University of Wyoming study. So they have long been in the land game, right? So they've bought land, done business parks. Unfortunately, now they're a victim of their own success. And we've been so successful with these business parks and the attracting of businesses to them, and then other land, that land prices have risen so much in Laramie County that Leeds can no longer afford to purchase and give away land, right? It's a great problem to have, but one you have to deal with if you have success in the EDA field. Again, the real benefits, or the real kind of reason I believe we're successful, is our residents. They show up at the polls and continually vote to spend their own money to make our community what they want. So I just want to highlight some of our last 6 penny ballot for you. So it was a $130 million ballot. We passed $128 million worth of projects, 98.45%. Things like a senior center, an emergency management storage building, the Archer complex, which is east of town, improvements out there, 3 city firehouses, 2 firehouses for our rural fire districts, major sewer upgrades to connect our Archer Center to city services, so we can see an expansion of travel and retail spaces out there. Housing infrastructure in Pine Bluffs and Albin. Our small communities are not left behind in our efforts in Laramie County. Cheyenne residents continually vote for projects that do not benefit them. And they do that because we believe as a county, we all succeed when one of us succeeds. Money for our downtown, a substantial investment for various improvements throughout our downtown. The city chose to use the 6-penny ballot to help fund our MRG for our airline, which we have seen pay dividends as an investment in our community. And then where we sit today, probably one of the things I'm most proud that our community supported was the Advanced Manufacturing Center here at LCCC. Because what I'll speak about next is our challenges that we face. And one of those is workforce, qualified workforce to work in the manufacturing and other fields. And so our voters and our residents saw that as a need and chose to tax themselves to help provide the college with necessary infrastructure to train the next generation of workers. And so I'm extremely proud of that. So what other challenges do we face? Housing. We have the largest employer, or one of the largest employers is the Air Force Base. You guys are all familiar with the EUL project. That was a major miss for our community, I'm not gonna lie. It's something that stung. It was something that is needed. Those housing units are needed. And now we have to look for other options. And I'm hopeful that our community, who has had a history of investing in itself, will do so once again. But as we work forward, I am also hopeful that the Business Council in the state of Wyoming will continue to partner with our community to make these projects a success, because our success is the state of Wyoming's success. The other major challenge is the unknown revenue picture. Like I mentioned, who knows what comes out in 2 weeks up on the in the Capitol. So figuring out how we can still provide those services that our residents require and not cut off our nose to spite our face, and not double down on our efforts of economic diversification just because of a shortfall in revenue is going to be key for our community. And I am confident that given the leadership of both the county commission, the city of Cheyenne, and our small communities, that we will make the right choices and right investments for our community. I would just close and tell you that our model for this success is not a secret, not one that we are unwilling to share with other communities throughout the state. We often try and participate and share what has worked here, because I think that it is a replicable model. I'm sure we have inherent strengths in our location, but other communities offer their own strengths that I think could be leveraged with the same sort of system that we have used to make your communities grow. And so again, I welcome you to Laramie County. I thank you for the efforts that you have done to make our community what it is today. They don't go unnoticed, but I ask that maybe we look for a better way to utilize funds, invest funds where residents are willing to invest in themselves. I think that is critical. And so as you move forward with changes to your modeling or programs, that would be my ask, is really look and ask, is this community doing what it can for itself before it comes to the state for money? Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions? Dr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Probably less of a question, although I'd appreciate Commissioner Malm's perspective on it. One thing I just want to echo is the integrated nature that Laramie County approaches economic development, community development from. And we oftentimes get tired of seeing each other, but the reality is that you've got every player that's willing to come to the table to develop a future vision, develop a plan, and really think about how we're moving. And as the commissioner said, what we accomplished on the 6-penny ballot was quite exceptional. And so to recognize, for example, the need for a pipeline of manufacturing workforce to really help us think about growing an industry that we know we can be competitive in if we fix those gaps. It's the first time in the history of the 6-penny that a community college project has ever been on that ballot. I believe it's the first one to pass in the state of Wyoming for a community college. Part of that project was actually a project that this council denied, as Mr. Durrell knows, and I'm trying not to prop him up to say again that sometimes saying no is good for you. Yeah, so don't take that too far. But the reality of it is to have city, county, economic development, chamber of commerce, Visit Cheyenne, the college, all come together and decide what's best for our community and think about how we can all do something. It's just been probably one of the most exceptional aspects of our economic development, growth and success. And much of that really is to the leadership of Commissioner Malm and some of the commissioners and others. But I just want to stress that this community is very much invested in itself and trying to do that. We want to be the ones that come to you and ask for the last 10%, not the entirety of it. But also recognize that at times, the fact that we are successful sometimes draws the ire of other individuals. And so keeping that objectivity and looking where we can invest and catalyze the growth of Wyoming is critically important. But I sure appreciate Gunner's leadership and all he's done to really help economic development in Laramie County. So thanks for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Schaefer.
So Gunnar, you mentioned the interaction with the Air Force Base, which I realize is a significant part of the county, and then that Sentinel project.
Mhm.
Could you speak a little bit about the things that the county might be able to do to leverage that? And it feels on some level like a one-time event, but with that influx coming in, is there something on the other end of that will have a lasting impact?
Yeah, so I think when we talk about this project, I'm not old enough. Dr. Schaefer might be, but he's not from here to remember when the first set of missiles were deployed in our. If I didn't give him a hard time, I wouldn't be a good friend. So, but when the first part of the missile program was deployed in the 60s and early 70s, it really did shape our community for a long time. Boeing had a large presence in Laramie County for an extended period of time. But we also have to be cognizant of the rapidness of the program and how quickly it comes out, that influx, and not to overshoot the mark with build out and things like that, especially when it came to schools. So I remember a story my mom told me. She grew up in Pine Bluffs, Wyoming, and that was kind of one of the hubs of the original missile program. And so her kindergarten class, I believe, went from like 6 students to 24 students. And that was short term. Those kids didn't graduate from Pine Bluffs High School, but they were there for a short time. And so I don't know yet how we kind of manage that balance. I know that the U.S. government has learned over time and has contracted with folks that a large portion of the contractors involved will be actually in Kimball, Nebraska, because it's kind of the hub, if you will, of the wheel of the project. And so there will be like a large man camp, for lack of a better word, but much better than you'd ever consider a man camp. These folks have built them out in the desert out of nowhere. And the town of Kimball already has a plan with that contractor for when the project is done, turning that into a rec center and some housing opportunities for the local community. So that's not something here locally that we've seen. But I think what I can say is us gearing up to be ready for those contractors. And so we already have a shortage of warehouse and yard space. So you have private developers and private firms and leads partnering to look at business parks that allow for that kind of thing and moving forward in that direction to make sure that we are ready for all the aspects long-term. And I will say that the mayor of Cheyenne, I believe, came to this community because his dad was working on the Boeing and on the missile project back in the 60s and 70s. And so the long-term effects could be great. We could get an influx of other great people. As much crap as I give the city of Cheyenne, we've got a pretty good mayor. So, I'm hopeful for those folks to come and stay and see what our community has to offer. And I think that's where we play a role, is retaining these folks and retaining these minds after the project's done, retaining these businesses to say, hey, we could open a whole division here in Laramie County. And I think that's the ultimate goal.
Very good. Thank you. Kathy.
Hi, Commissioner. I just have a real quick question. What do you think is the one factor or impetus to nurture such collaboration between not only the different economic development entities, but also the communities around here?
So I would say out of necessity, right? And some of it's taken time. You have to break down those silos and barriers, and Wyoming loves its autonomy. And small communities love their autonomy, but autonomy is expensive and it's inefficient. And so leveraging and keeping your word to those communities that we're going to do this together and we're going to make sure this project gets done for you. And we have had hiccups. We had a 6-penny ballot 2 times ago where we probably weren't as transparent as we could be. We took a different approach and we would do ballot categories by dollar amount. And we had a city event center, a rec center, paired with a much needed sewer project in Burns. Burns' project did not get funded because residents did not want a rec center. And so there was a lot of heartburn over that. So we came to the table, we said, how can we do it better? So this last ballot that we were the most successful ever at, 98.5%, we broke it down into 3 categories. We had infrastructure, we had community enhancements, and we had public safety. And everything in those categories listed at the top fit into those categories. And I think just that transparency helped voters recognize where these dollars were going, even if they weren't in their community, that they were a much needed thing for, this other place. A good example is the town of Albin. A big part of their project, half their ballot was to ready a trailer park for the missile program because they're going to have a large influx of workers. And I went to every community meeting in Laramie County and sold $1 million trailer park in Albin, Wyoming. It's not an easy sell. And that ballot item passed with substantial success. And I think it's because of having frank and honest conversations with the public, and because people recognize that our small communities can't do it on their own anymore. The world has changed. And I think that inherently, despite what some in the legislature might say about small towns, they do need to exist. And I think Wyoming residents know that they need to exist. And they are willing to put up and invest in them, even if it's not where they live.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
We
guys.
appreciate you being here and thanks for all you do. Next up, we have our CEO report, Mr. Durrell.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board. Thanks for listening to that. I just want to recap Commissioner Malm's comments. Okay, so first we learned that Dr. Schaefer is older than him and also not a native. I think those 2 points are important. And then I'll go to the third point, which is actually the most important. And that is that as a community, they have chosen, and as a county, they have chosen to control their own destiny, to utilize what is here and what they have to get what they want. And by doing that, and by doing it the right way, they have set up a system that will feed itself, that will continue along. I don't want to belabor this too much, but we actually want to do projects in Cheyenne. And in a lot of cases, Cheyenne says, we don't need you. And while that's the model we want, it kind of makes me sad. It makes me think, gosh, it actually might work and we might actually work ourselves out of a job. And then I think, okay, well, wait, we've done plenty with the folks in Cheyenne. We've tried to work on binding constraints like housing. And how can we use our know-how and how can we develop more know-how and not have to come with just money? And I think that that's that model. There's a model there. It's working and we can see it working. So I appreciate Commissioner Malm's comments. I think that he sees and has actually developed that together with community partners. And it's a pretty darn good model. So it's possible. We can do that. But as I move into my presentation, before I do that, I want all of you to take like 30 seconds or a minute. And I want you to think about the people in your life who have maybe made the biggest impact on you or caused the most growth that you've ever seen in yourself. And all of you, to get on the business council board, I think you have to be pretty darn successful. You have to be willing to make an impact. You have to be exceptional people. And so I want you to think about maybe some of those specific moments or those specific people that helped you grow to where you are. Take like 30 seconds. Think about that. Okay, just keep that in your mind. for a moment. What I would really like to do is get back to economic development and the challenge that we face. We face a pretty good challenge in Wyoming. And ultimately, it comes down to, we don't have what it takes to keep our youth here. We don't have what it takes to keep small communities thriving. We don't have the necessary composition of activities that are required for us to continue to thrive as a state, or to begin to thrive as a state. But why we're here today and why we all work every day is because we believe through leadership, policy, and investments, we can actually make that happen. That we can create a system that will feed itself, that we can create a situation where communities can solve their own problems, maybe with our help, but not only because of us. And in doing so, we've kind of taken a scientific approach to that. And I'd like to think that we're sort of saying to ourselves, how do we use an approach that we can learn from, that we can continually experiment with, that we can sort of never be satisfied with or never finish, in order to continue to solve the challenges that we face? Because no matter what, we will continue to face challenges. Every community in Wyoming will continue to face challenges. Even those that have a model that might work well are going to face challenges. So how do we take a scientific approach to that? Well, in a lot of ways, the Business Council was created to do that scientific approach. The Business Council in 1998 was created so that we could diversify our economy. But what we really wanted to do was build resilience, because we know that a diverse group solves problems better. We also know that a diverse economy can weather storms better. And there will always be external or internal storms that we're going to have to weather. And what we don't want to happen is, we don't like busts. We don't like the boom bust cycle. We would like it to be a little bit more steady and maybe even climbing. And so the Business Council was created to do that, was to essentially, and we probably didn't want to call it the Scientific Council, but we needed to take a scientific approach to it. And we started in 2004 or so, we started with the idea that we needed to develop communities that were business ready. And so our first experiment was something called BRC. And in the first 15 years or so, we put out $416 million in change, and not much changed. So a lot of people would say, well, that was a failure. I disagree. I don't think that there's ever an experiment that fails. I think there's always something that you can learn from an experiment. And if you think about the scientific method, we have a hypothesis, we run an experiment, we get results, we analyze the data, and then you know what happens? You don't finish, you do it again with more learning and more understanding. And what we realized is that the approach that we were taking was probably not right. And what we realized is that we're probably going to have to change it a little bit. And what some of the board members that are on this board today know is that they were part of that. They were part of that reflection that said, what we're doing isn't working, and we need to do something different. That's the cycle. And so we did. And so we came out with a new hypothesis. And the new hypothesis was pretty simple, but I think a really good one. We said, we need to start to look at BRC projects from a business point of view. And we need to have a positive return for the state. So if we're going to put money in, we should get money back. Well, that's a business point of view. And we did that. So, okay, well, how are we going to do that? Well, we had to create some change. I was lucky enough to be part of that. And you all were strong enough to start that. And the team, mostly sitting behind me and others, were willing to go on that journey and do that experiment. And so we said, hey, let's do it. And there's some data. We tested the hypothesis. We got some results. Well, you saw this data at the last board meeting. Well, this data says that we won. We did it. Our projects have better ROI. We said no to projects, some of them more satisfying than others, as Dr. Schaefer mentioned. But here's the thing, is like, we could have stopped here. You should see me go shooting. But when we analyze the data, we could say we did it. We won. We won. We should continue to do that. We should continue to always do that. We could have like just said rinse and repeat for the rest of the time. We have a formula. Clearly, change the results. That's not what good scientists do. Good scientists don't say, we're done, we got the results we wanted. Good scientists say, are those results actually going to solve the problem that we're here to solve? Now, I think you all know what's coming next. You can test ROI on a single project all day long, and it's not going to create resilience. You can have all of those projects in a vacuum create results that you want, and it will not create the resilience that we need in Wyoming. That is what we know, and that is what the data is telling us. And so we could continue to rinse and repeat and just make sure that every project ROIs and that the state gets some return, but we won't solve the real problem. But that's the beauty of science, is that every time you get a little bit closer to solving a problem, you learn a little bit more and you actually understand the problem better. You never really solve it, you just understand it better and you get a little better. And so the new hypothesis is this, or one of the new hypotheses is this. And this is something that we've been working on actually over the last few years, is can it not just be each project pencils out? Can it not just be that we feel good about that one project, but could that project actually spur on more? Could that project make the next project in that community better? Could it actually leave a little bit behind where the next project starts in a better place? Could that happen? Because then what you have is what we call the flywheel. Then you actually have momentum being built, not just money being put in and projects being put in and workforce being developed, none of that. But you also get the next project maybe is a little stronger. The next project has learned from the first, and it can carry that momentum forward into better solving the problem that they face. And so if you think about this, this is one of the frameworks that we developed over the course of looking at each of the projects from an ROI perspective. So the outcome of looking at each project from an ROI perspective is, sure, the state feels better about its investments. But what we really learn is that the bigger problem that we have is that there's no momentum being created if we only look at each project individually. And so as we look at developing this flywheel, we said, okay, each project should push the next one forward. And to all of us, we've seen the flywheel so much that we can make jokes about it. But I think what we just heard from the commissioner is that maybe they've been doing a flywheel for a long time. Maybe it is possible. And so then we said, well, okay, how do we test that? And we started to look. We started to look at all of those projects that we did, and we started to look at some of the projects that are coming down the pipe. And we started to do just a little bit of math. And when you do that, you realize that the money from BRC is not enough to create a flywheel that's big enough and fast enough to solve our problem. Stinks, right? That's kind of pinned our hopes on this flywheel idea, and BRC's saving everybody. But that's not reality. It's not. And that's, again, that's the way we as scientists look at this. It's like we're still trying to solve the problem. But BRC is not enough. We could do a project where there's revenue recapture and that money can go back into the community, and we could do that with our funding enough times, but it's not going to be enough. And so, of course, we said, wait a second. Okay, so we know that the money in BRC is not enough to create a flywheel in the communities, even the few communities that are ready for it. So we could just sort of hunt and say, we're done. Or we could say, well, we're going to need like $2 billion in BRC, and that might do it. That kind of smells like a silver bullet to me. So is there another way? So the thing that we did is we kind of turned BRC on its side and said, what if we did it in a different way? What if we used BRC to better leverage what we have to get what we want? What if we did that? What if it wasn't necessarily just the project itself? What if we looked at BRC as a lever to move communities toward self-reliance? And not by paying them to do it, but by helping them to do it. And so this is the question that we have to start looking at. Is what if we could use it to truly unlock local economic potential? Saying, well, isn't that what we've been doing with the flywheel? Yeah, a little bit. But let's think about local economic potential. We know that we have to look at what problems they have. We know we have to gather people who care. We know we have to sort of design or devise a project that might do it. And we might know we need to look at partners, and then we need to do the project. And then we hopefully need to kick off some revenue and some resources that we can use in the next one. We know we have to do that. But what is economic potential in our communities? Now, today we heard a perspective that we actually don't hear very often. Today we heard a perspective where a county commissioner came in and said, we don't actually need you, and we will survive without you, but we would like to work with you. I think he said the word partner. Now, I don't know about you, but a lot of the projects we see, we don't feel like partners, do we? We feel like saviors. We feel like the only hope a community has. We feel like we can't do it without you. And I disagree. I strongly disagree. I think those communities aren't giving themselves enough credit. I think those communities haven't looked at all of the places where they can do it. I think those communities have untapped potential that it's our responsibility and privilege to unlock. And we don't do that necessarily by just funding projects. So probably wondering what the heck? So what do we do? Well, some back of the envelope calculations of 1% local economic development tax across the state. It's 220. No, it's more than $220 million a year. Now, that would be about 7 times our largest BRC budget ever. So if BRC was seen as the savior, what's really the savior? What if the state didn't have that power? What if the local economies had that power? Do what they wanted. What if the local economies could work together and develop their own economies and use us for the things that we're good at? What if they could do that? Well, I think if it was purely a money problem, it could. They just need to want to. And we're actually the place that we can start that moving. Because we can say to them, well, with us, we can do this project. And not because of us, or not only us. Because the more that we do that, we stop their potential. The more that we give without asking for partnership, the more that we hold them back. And I don't think it's our mission to hold communities back. I think it's our mission to propel them forward and to show them how to unlock their potential and to reach what we know they can. Now, when in the course of these experiments, we did that. We set the bar higher, didn't we? In fact, in 2020, we set it so high, lots of people were upset. You know what happened? People got better. Projects got better. Everybody responded because it's Wyoming. What happens when bad stuff happens? We put our work boots on and we go to work. And that's what happened. Now we can clear that bar. Well, I think what we're going to have to do over the course of this next year is we're going to have to continue to set the bar higher. We're going to do it with statute. We're going to do it with rule. We're going to do it with board actions. And we're going to do it on the ground every day when we go into these communities. And the reason I wanted you to think about the person or people maybe had a great impact on you or who were mentors of you. Because I want you to think about the real interactions, not the results of the interactions that you had, because that's probably likely what you thought. That because of that person, I was able to do this. I want you to think about what that person probably did and how they behaved in order to get you to grow. Did they coddle you? Did they give you everything you wanted? Did they make it easy? That's not how growth works. It's just not. No, instead, they probably challenged you. They were probably a little tough on you. They probably saw more potential in you and set the bar way higher than you ever thought that you could achieve. And then when you did it, it was because they were along with you. They were helping you along the way. They were pushing you. They were being tough on you. They were saying you could do it and showing you how to do it, but not doing it for you. And I think we have to take the same approach. We have a privilege and we have a responsibility. And right now we have a tool. Now, I don't want to sound too dire about BRC, because as a tool with an investment, it's useful. But the writing is on the wall. It's been on the wall for a while. We're likely going to have money taken out of BRC for the first time in its history. Now, people are going to say, well, wait a second, you've had budget cuts before. Yep, we have. And those were when we asked for a certain amount, that amount was made smaller. But what's going on today is that we have been very smart with our investments. We have said we are going to save money and do projects that matter. And we have kept a certain amount of money so that we could be in play, even if the new budget was zero. Our budget request this year in the interim for BRC was zero. We did not ask for more money. But you know what happened? There's already an amendment to take out $14 million in change from what we have saved and what we have been smart about. So we can all beat our chests and say, nobody ran an amendment to get rid of us this year. We should be happy. Or we can realize that all of that money that we have smartly saved for better times and for better projects, $14 million of it is being taken. That's about 20%. So the writing's on the wall. It's been on the wall for a while. If we all think BRC is going to be a savior in terms of money, we're probably wrong. But if instead we say, how do we use BRC as a lever to help our communities get the power that they need and they deserve and they should have to do their own with the help of the state, that's the way it's going to work. Because as a big money tool to solve these big problems, probably not going to be there. But as a lever, with a fulcrum in the right place, we can move the world. So as we move into this year, what I'm going to be asking you to do is be like those mentors that you had and help our communities grow in the way that is going to help them grow forever. I'm happy to stand for any questions. The back of the napkin calculations are probably one you might have a question on, Dr. Schaefer, and so I'll get you that later.
Mr. Chairman, I'm rethinking inviting you into my house for this meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Drill. Are there any questions? So I got one. As you think about unlocking local economic potential, and you think about the work that goes on already with our team to do that, and you think about the potential that certain groups might choose to create a funding mechanism or vote for a funding mechanism for that, what other barriers, like on a basic kind of day-to-day level, exist from doing that.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. The funding is only part of the battle. And it's an important part, don't get me wrong, but it is not everything. And what I think we have been encouraging in communities and what our team goes out to work on every day is how do we help people get together to solve problems? And of course, the first step is just trying to understand problems. And we have a team that understands how do we get to the root of the problem? How do we even understand what it is? I think that's a key. But then what the biggest barrier in communities right now isn't money. It's working together. It's saying we're going to learn how to solve problems. Even if I don't love this problem, somebody else does. Let's figure out how to solve it together. Because it's a long road. It's not like this is the one thing that's going to solve everything. And so what I think the biggest challenge is that we haven't wrapped our head around the idea that we're going to continually have to love solving problems from now until eternity to be successful. We sort of said, well, either the state or some silver bullet will come along and save us. And that's what we're pinning our hopes to. And what I think my team is trying to do is build the muscle in a community that says we want to solve our own problems and we want to work together to do that. And the money thing will happen because you're working on solving problems. That will come out. And I think that that's what we can see in some communities. We're doing that. And we're starting to see more and more communities want to do that. And I think that that is going to be the lasting legacy of the Business Council.
Great, thank you. Mr. Law.
Josh, I know a lot of times when there's projects that come, we always kind of discuss where that particular county is in terms of their tax and what they voted in and, you know, and that sort of thing. Has there ever been any in the history of the Business Council that you can see where there's been dollars associated specifically to the fact that they partnered up as a community and voted in to try to help their own economic destiny? For example, you know, maybe there's funds that are unlocked at a lower threshold if they're at 6, 7 cents situation, right? Has ever been any discussion of that or anything like that? Because that's kind of a lever to kind of help people think through that, you know, especially if they know that there's some additional monies that come alongside if we decide as a community that we think something's important for our future.
Mr. Co-Chair and Mr. Law, I don't know if we've ever really done that specifically, but I think that's exactly where we're trying to go is how do we help unlock that? What are the mechanisms? What are the rules that we need to do in our programs? What are the statute changes that we need to work with the legislature on to develop those? And so what does that mean? How do we match? If someone says we're gonna vote this in and we're gonna do our best to pay for these things, we need some help to get that last 20, 10, 30%, somewhere in there. How do we partner together? I think that's the model that we might want to push, and we might have to be a little bit more strict about it. We might have to have it in rule or statute so that we can incite that behavior. And I think that that's, you know, that the cards are on the table, and it doesn't necessarily have, again, it doesn't have to be money. It doesn't have to be the state money or local money. We see a lot of communities where they have private money that comes in and makes a difference on these projects. And I think it's less about skin in the game and more about internal hope and internal desire to get it done rather than some external factor that's going to save you.
I know in my business and a lot of businesses, you'd have years where there's more resources available, and the other years there were less resources. And you know, you always had the choice to either have a woe is me party or decide that, you know, when you lack resources, you become resourceful. And I think that's where we may see ourselves.
Mr. Co-Chair, we do have a question from Mr. Pivik on the line.
Thanks, Amy. Go
Thanks.
ahead.
Thanks, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for your time. And this may be out of line because I'm new to all this, but Josh, I was wondering how many communities in the past years asked for funding other than Cheyenne and Laramie?
Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Pivik, so Laramie has come forth. Cheyenne has not come forth in the past year. We've had projects in Natrona County, had projects in Albany County, had a project in Platte County. Trying to think, Sweetwater County for the airport. Sheridan for the high-tech business park, part 2. So we've had a number besides just Laramie, or excuse me, Albany County. That answer your question, sir?
I'm just wondering why so little communities are asking for money from the Business Council. Because if we're looking for economic growth throughout the state, do people really know about what we're about and how we can help them?
Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Pivik, the reason that people aren't asking for money from the Business Council is because they know what we're about and we know that they can get our help, but that help isn't always money. So I will say the work that we do across the state is much greater than BRC dollars. And so if you think about the work that we do in assessment to action, when we talk about building state capabilities, the various economic growth inhibitors, if you will, the work streams that are intended to fix those, we're doing those on a daily basis in many communities throughout the state. The idea of BRC projects representing what we do is sort of a misnomer. And if you look at the number of projects that we analyze and do from a BRC perspective, that's very small intentionally. I think at the height of our BRC, we were probably doing between like 40 and 50 a year. And that's now more like 4 or 5. And that's intentional because what we were doing before isn't working. It's not a marketing problem. It is much more of are we going to actually solve a binding constraint within a community, or are we just trying to put sprinkles on the cake? And so what we're working on right now is less BRC projects that are more impactful and in fewer communities, because many of our communities don't need money to solve their problems. They need to understand what their problem is and work together to solve that problem. And potentially money is an answer, but it's also not necessarily the answer. And so I think that shift in perspective and approach as well, let's just say in the last 5 years, it's made its way through the state and it's functioning more. Now, what that is going to mean down the road, I do believe, is that resources are going to be needed. I do believe that there's going to be money that's needed as these communities understand their binding constraints and develop the teams to solve them, they're going to find that they do need some money to solve those problems. And what we're trying to do is build that capacity at a local level now, so that as the projects come forward and as those binding constraints are understood, they can do most of those on their own without the state swooping in and saving the day.
Yes, Dr. Schaefer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Mr. Durrell, so I'm going to ask 2 questions and plant a seed, and you can kind of ruminate on the 2 questions. The 2 questions, but let me set the stage. So from an economic development perspective, if we're about growing jobs and growing the quality of those jobs, so output per worker, salary, whatever it is, we can do that really in 3 ways. Simple-minded person, so I think, but we can bring new jobs here, we can create new jobs, or we take businesses and have them add new jobs if they're already here. It's a pretty simple approach. The 2 questions I have, and then I'll plant the seed. 1, is there a role for a state level economic development strategy? And 2, how critical are state level economic incentives for our ability to actually do economic development across the state? So think about those, and then I'll plant a seed. And I'll probably get into some social issue water here. I apologize, Mr. Co-Chair. So in our world, we disaggregate data by students, and we do that very specifically to identify where there are equity gaps in outcomes for different students and student types. And I know equity is kind of a bad word. What do they say? DEI is now everybody's favorite 4-letter word. But we do that because we know that different strategies matter for moving the needle for different groups when we disaggregate data. We've heard a lot yesterday. Today, I'll have some questions later on about small town Wyoming versus bigger town Wyoming. So a question and maybe a nudge I would have is that as we look at the back of the napkin math, the improvement, what proportion of our growth, of our jobs, of our wage growth are in big communities versus little communities, or however else we might disaggregate those data? Because somewhere in there, we probably have to have a different strategies for the Cheyennes of the world and the Worlands of the world and the Evanstons of the world. Whether that's our job to figure out what that strategy is or locally, I don't know necessarily, but it seems like we have to start being more purposeful and looking at the evidence to say, are we really moving the needle, or is the needle only moving in the places that we're going to move, whether or not the business council existed? And so I plant that seed and give you some time to chew on those first two questions, but would love to hear your thoughts.
Mr. Co-Chair and Dr. Schaefer, I really appreciate all of those thoughts. And the first two questions are, well, there is room for a state economic development strategy. And one of the things that I think a lot of people say is, well, a strategy means that you're going to tell us what industries we should go into, and should I go for manufacturing, or should I go for high tech, or should I go for these things? And I'm going to tell you right now that if we were to roll out a strategy like that, like we did in 2019, it would not work. And that's what we found in the course of 2020 to 2025, is that telling people, yes, you should absolutely go into manufacturing. So everyone get a manufacturing park, every community college to start developing that workforce, and Rollins, go begin recruiting for manufacturing jobs. And that is what might work in some states that have a foundation of economic development that we do not have. And what I mean is that the underlying foundation of our economic system, namely our fiscal system, encourages decline. And so because of that, we could have this fancy strategy that we all go push out there. But what's going to happen is that people are not going to be able to do that. And we're going to find what we know right now, which is the underlying systems do not exist. So our strategy today is, how do we encourage those underlying systems to exist? The way that we see that happening moving forward is, first, we have to help people understand that there is no silver bullet. And in a state like Wyoming, that's way harder than you might imagine. We hear it all the time. We can't without you, which means you are our silver bullet. Save us. That's not how it is working. So our first step is to say to people, you can solve your own problems. We can help you, but you have to look at a local level at what those problems are. And until we develop a problem-solving culture, we can put all kinds of strategy on everything and it's not going to matter. So it's tough to compare it to, it's not impossible, but it's tough to compare it to, for example, the community college system, because that sits on a foundation that's well known and understood. In Wyoming, the economy and the economic complexity is not there to do all of those nice things yet. So what we're doing is we're building a foundation. And our strategy first is to help people learn how to solve problems. And I know that sounds really basic, but it's really, really important. And actually get them to fall in love with the fact that there is no silver bullet, that they are maybe the silver bullet. Okay. So that is the first step. And if you look at the way we've been doing that, we've actually been doing that not on a small town, large town. We've been doing it on a much more targeted level, like this town and that town, and maybe not this other town. Gave them the option, but maybe they didn't choose it. So going in and telling them, you should do what this other town did, it doesn't work, because there are a lot of little snowflakes in Wyoming. They're all unique. And so what we want to say is, how do we help you solve your problem? And then what happens is that we find those communities that want to play and want to work on problem solving, and they become better. Some people check out, and that's okay. But if we're to lay a strategy across the entire state, we're going to fail, because we're not there yet. We're just not. And so that's the first step. The second thing, I believe your second question was the role, maybe? Was it the role of the business council? Incentives are if you're talking about monetary incentives, there's a role for them at some point for some communities, because they're ready for it. I think if we want to have a real discussion about incentives, that's where I would really like to go. Because I think our real question is, does Wyoming's current system, fiscal, economic government, incentivize growth? not from a, here's $5, go do this thing, but from a, when you do this thing, you can actually pay for it. Because right now, we incentivize decline. If you look at what our communities have to face from a budgeting standpoint, they can't grow and pay for that growth. So if you can't grow and pay for that growth, why would you grow? So when I think about incentives, I don't think about the state of Texas's deal closing fund. And I don't think about how do we attract some new business. When I think of incentives, I think of how do we make it so that a community can actually grow if they want to, because the fiscal system will support growth. Today it won't. And so that's what we're trying to do right now is how do we use the tools that we have, get a little closer to that spot where we say, yeah, we've used up every tool that we have from a tax perspective, which thank goodness now tax isn't the only 4-letter word. There's another acronym that has taken its place. Thanks for recognizing that. I'm not going to say it. But thank goodness we can now take all of those tools at our disposal and get as far as we can go. Because here in a while, we're going to find that that's not enough either. And if we want to compete, we're going to have our basic system incentivize growth, not decline. Thanks for the question about incentives.
One quick follow-up, and I appreciate someday I hope that Josh looks back and says, you know, Joe was one of those people that really challenged me and pushed me and made me grow. So I'm going to push just a little bit. Well, I appreciate all the work and agree that the local know-how, the ability to solve localized problems is critical in our ability to chart our own future and navigate the uncertainty. And I appreciate all the work that staff is doing there. I would challenge you that in that problem-solving capability is wonderful, but it's only helpful when you're solving problems in pursuit of a vision. And somewhere, I believe the Wyoming Business Council has some responsibility to set an economic vision. And that may be strategy to pick winners and losers. You've mostly, hopefully everybody has read the Harvard's latest report. We hired them right to do this. It's titled The Exodus of Young Adults Holds Back Economic Diversification. It talks about that. The reality is it really analyzes and looks at where we can diversify our economy. And there are really only a couple of industries where we can. Now, what I also appreciate about the report, though, is that it talks about that localized infrastructure and the things that will unlock our potential. And so as we think about incentives and think about vision and purpose of the Business Council, we have to paint that picture. We can do that grassroots on the ground. We can look for those willing partners who are willing to take it up. But people need vision so that they can actually apply their problem-solving energy with purpose versus just looking for any problem to solve. And so thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, for enduring it. I just plant that seed because I do think there's a conversation we need to continue having as a board.
Thank you, Dr. Schaefer. Anything else from the board? So Josh, since 2020, there's been a lot that's happened and lots of change. Change is not a 4-letter word, and exciting. And I think as we look forward, that's energizing as well to think about how we can win as an agency and as a state. But I'd be remiss if I didn't congratulate you on 5 years with the Business Council, recent anniversary. So thank you, and we appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I do want to remind everyone that at around 11:45, I believe you have an executive session, so it could also only be 5 years. So I'm going to be on my best behavior, especially with Dr. Schaefer.
Yes, sir. Mr. Lance.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Josh, serving on the Leeds board, serving here, very short time, by the way. I'm starting to believe that money is actually a horrible thing in our space, because I think it gives people false hope. It gives people a sense that if we just get more, as you pointed out earlier in your colloquy, it's not great. I think the legislature, some see it as a way to pull us around by the nose. We're going to take 20% of your budget. And I'm just curious, in your view and your staff's view, Do we have the right tools? As I was around early when Governor Friedenthal was going to sunset the business council. It was one of his early things that he was going to do. And then we created BRC and we had community facilities programs, and we spent that 400 million that you're talking about. And frankly, it was at a time of great plenty in this state. And the greatest successes we had weren't driven by money. It was the fact that Pinedale was uprooted from its history of being an agrarian economy and made to retrofit itself into an oil and gas economy and figure out how to put the damn culvert in a county road. And, you know, that wasn't something they knew. And it was because it was put at the fore, you had to solve this problem or else people were going to get hurt. Highway 59, we expanded that multiple times. And yeah, there was some money involved, but the problem was evident. People were getting killed and the shoulders weren't wide enough. And we had to move farm to market roads and make them into arterial infrastructure that would actually move big equipment, big products. And so, you know, we're crisis driven in this state. And I think my experience is money is bad in the sense of giving people that false hope that the silver bullet is coming. And, you know, if the business council just kicks in money, if the state just kicks in money, and, you know, we heard Gunnar talking this morning. The greatest successes are the things that have followed from fifth and sixth penny passing and community sharing the notion that they are going to grow. And Cheyenne's my second home. My first home, as you learned yesterday, is Thermopolis. And those people, you raise the water rate and people let their yard dry up. The response isn't the same. And so that's a long way around the horse, Mr. Co-Chair, to say, do we have the right tools? And if I had my way, we would toll any BRC applications for 2 years and let people figure it out. Because I think we would be shocked at the amount of response we would get if we didn't offer $1.
Mr. Co-Chair, I know there is a question in there and it's about tools, but I also really appreciate the long way around the horse, Mr. Lance. So thank you for taking that. Just make sure you saddle up on the left side. So if you think about it, a lot of times people will be like, well, we've got this new tool and it's going to do this thing. And we have new tools. In a lot of ways, they're the people that we hire and they're the approach that we take. And they're the partners that we work with, as you mentioned, with the folks at the Harvard Growth Lab. We have tools today. We've also said, how do we use the tools that we already have to get what we want? And so we talk about BRC as a lever, not as a funding mechanism. That's what we've done so far. I don't think we have the right tools moving forward. I don't think we've had the right tools in the past. That's somebody who's never satisfied with the status quo. And I think we can do better. One of the things that we are doing though, is that we are trying to develop a relationship with the legislature that will allow us to have the policy tools and to be able to make the moves that we need to make from a policy and investments perspective, and maybe even a leadership perspective to get those things done. Now, you might say, well, why didn't we propose those back in 2020? Well, frankly, we did propose some in 2020. Those did not see the light of day. They didn't make it out of committee. And so we realized that we've got to one, find out the right things, not just throw something at it, which we're doing. And we've also got to develop a relationship with the legislature that shows them that we are working on the right problems and that we may have some solutions that are going to work for a while, but we're going to have to continue that relationship. The relationship between the executive branch and the legislative branch is also one of our weaknesses in this state. And that's something that we have to own. We have to own that. We understand the problem, excuse me, better than anyone else in the state. Yet we haven't been able to communicate that effectively to the legislative branch. So I believe we don't have the tools that we need. I believe that we're going to have to develop that relationship first so that we can get the tools and then we can continue to sharpen those tools over time. So that's something, again, that we've been working on for the last 5 years. probably more so in the last 3. And I think you saw it yesterday with members of SLID, that relationship with them has also developed and enhanced so that we're able to work with them to get some pressure to create the tools that we need and create the move the bar as we need to. And so I think we're doing those things. It's just that when a lot of those things are under the surface, it's hard to see, but it'll make us move faster, further.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Josh. Wow, this has been a ride of the last 6 years. But what I hear from 6 years ago, Ryan, I think you're right. No money is good. And I've learned most lessons by failing and picking myself back up, but going in a different direction. But if we get each community to fund their own economic development, I'm afraid we're gonna get eggs that hatch, that everybody's gonna hatch a chicken, an eagle, and a horse. I don't know. But so I agree with Dr. Schaefer that we need to have maybe an overall plan on what economic development looks like in Wyoming, so that, and you're right, if organizations and cities choose to work that, but we do need that vision, and we do need to say, you know, are we going to be the state that only does gas and oil and coal, or are we going to do some things that smooth out those valleys and the ups and downs? I'm looking for that. What are we doing? How can we build those businesses that help us when the bus hit? So, and that's only my personal, but so encouraging underlying systems is good, but I think we need to take under the business council's wing and say, here's what our thoughts are for a good statewide economic development plan. So I'm saying I wholeheartedly agree with you. And the only thing in all of the things we did yesterday and today that I do want to pull on, Kurt Meyer said something that if a city or a state has saved money to fund projects to do, like Casper or Cheyenne doesn't need us, great. But I think we have to keep in the back of our minds that we don't punish those communities. I mean, we still want to help those communities because that's where we're going to grow. I applaud that effort. So we still need that overall plan. Otherwise, I think we're going to have just a lot of cats running around, not having the same vision. We need the same vision. And what is that vision? I mean, I know what mine is, but you know, that's the thing we need to share with each community and say, you know, if you do this, if you have this underlying process and you're going to maybe tax yourselves or set aside money for economic development, wow, this is great. And here's our vision. And hopefully it could be your vision too. So thank you for hearing me out.
Mr. Co-Chair, Ms. Johnson, thank you for that. And I appreciate what both you and Dr. Schaefer are saying, and others are probably feeling about this idea of how do we create that vision? How do we help people get to where they're going? And I think or get to where this is hard for me to say the state wants them to go, because boy, it's going to take some growth, let's say, for me to say, you know, we should probably go tell Rock Springs to do something, and then we should go drive about 20 miles and tell Green River to do the exact same thing and see how that works out.
It won't.
Well, we should do that then, right? No, I think that, so it's going to take me some growth to wrap my head around this idea of a state sanctioned plan that thou shalt follow. And I'm clearly missing the point. So I will require some growth, and I appreciate the pushing on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Durrell, for your comments this morning, and we appreciate the discussion and questions from the board. Next
you.
up, we have the Services Committee and Interim Committee Chair, Mr. Smith.
Well, I think this whole conversation with Mr. Durrell basically created a very natural segue into the Services Committee, as there's a lot of exciting things, no action items today, but a lot of exciting things going on around that space of providing those tools to unlock that local potential without the dollar spend. Very excited to hear. I know Amber has a great update for us on the community leadership and engagement side that speaks to a lot of these points of how we're supporting communities. And Chad will have an update on the broadband, but we'll start with the Services Director, Brandon Marshall.
First, I want to thank Josh for using the podium. This is going to be a really great revolution in how we address you guys. I feel like either a regional director or maybe it's called a pulpit, because if you want to go back into history, I took a little test at Albin High School, which I wish the good commissioner was here, because I was going to say, as an alumni of Albin, Wyoming High School, I wasn't aware Pine Bluffs had a high school. Interesting. Who knew? Anyway, joke's on us because they still have one. Anyway, yeah, I know. Go Wildcats. Made me lose my train of thought with my awesome figure. Here I am at a pulpit, which is fitting because I'm from LaGrange, if you're all familiar, home of Wyoming's largest Bible Institute. But in high school, I had to do this thing called an interest inventory. And I don't know whether everybody did it or whether it was just the lost boys that had to take these. But mine said that I should be a preacher. And it would usually give you like a list of fun things that you should do in your life. And it didn't. And it was, I think it was because it was CD-ROM based and like we hadn't put in the other CD. I don't know. Anyway, what it was, that I should be a preacher, which was just so good. Hi, Mom, if she's on. So good for my parents. They were very happy about that, being from LaGrange, home of Wyoming's largest Bible Institute, and also living in a home full of alumni. But I was mortified of the idea because I knew I would get kicked out. My grandma was the dean, and that was absolutely, she was the recess aide all through my elementary years. Then when I could have gone to college, my grandma turns into the dean at the Bible school. And I saw the constant threats to my brothers when they were there, and they didn't do anything. And I just knew I was toast, and it was going to be the worst thing ever. Well, at Albin High School, our guidance counselor announced to us one fine day in April of 1999, they had 2 scholarships to LCCC. Did anybody want them? And I'm pretty sure I touched the 14-foot ceiling in the English room when our guidance counselor said that. And I said, I do most definitely want one of those scholarships, without consulting my parents. So I took that LCCC scholarship, and I wanted to, welcome you all to the hallowed halls of my alma mater. LCCC, truly, Josh, you said, I don't even remember exactly how you said it. It was so long ago that, to think of something that had an impact at the beginning of your life, or, that was so influential on you. LCCC wasn't great because it's like, like everybody thinks their mom's sloppy joes are great, but it's just the thing you grew up on. LCCC was great because LCCC was great. And I love walking into some of these old buildings. I'm so glad we ended up being in this building instead of one of the fancy, sexy new ones. Because when I walked in this afternoon, it smelled like 1999. I think you're still using the same cleaning products, Dr. Schaefer. So congratulate your maintenance staff. Yeah. Well, board and Mr. Interim Committee Chair, what I'm doing here is stalling a little bit because, like you said, we don't have any actual contracts for you to approve this time. It feels very, very weird. Lindsay's informed me that we do have the auditors coming at the exact time they're scheduled to be here, and we have an hour to cover. And I also begged to be put first on the agenda for other scheduling reasons. So now I feel some sort of obligation. I had a lot of really neat things to say. Josh took them all. So now here I am. No, actually, guys, I think it's kind of fun. It's a little bit refreshing for us to not just be up here asking for money. The two different things we want to talk about today are actually exceptional and are part of this whole thing where we're trying to build this foundation across Wyoming in the different communities and in different businesses. Where I said the other day, and I think I'm going to say it until people are tired of it, or at least brave enough to say what the services team is working on is building capacity in businesses and communities so that little by little, they ask less and less of us. That's our whole goal. That's what everything is about. We didn't set out to do that. It's what's turned out to do it. Services team, I think, is just an exceptionally innovative group of people that has had that as their vision. Nobody takes their programs and owns them and defends them as their programs. Everybody is in there making sure that they're doing the right thing. And if they're not, that they can switch it. So our recruitment team switched from going around the world and promoting Wyoming as the place where you should relocate. We still do that. Chance is actually doing that today in Germany, but we still do that, but switched to the idea that we need to work with communities on their product so that there is something to sell, or even more so than that, so that maybe we can relieve them of that obligation to sell their community and focus on the things that are actually going to help their community, not just business recruiting. So we've had some consultants in that have helped us a lot with that and hopefully set some good direction with our communities and understanding what's our role as a state agency versus what's a community's role in economic development. Probably pretty different things. I don't have as the word of the day, silver bullet of what that mix is, but we're figuring it out, right? And what can we do other than continually work to figure those things out, doing the exact same things in our Main Street program, making sure that that program is wildly effective and following all the standards of the national program so that the communities participating in that can get the biggest bang possible out of their buck in their Main Street program and their downtown development, which we know is a huge piece of having communities that people want to live in. The other things working, in R&D sector, looking at the startup community with an R&D base. Why doesn't Wyoming have that? Why haven't we ever been able to pull off growing companies from research and development in Wyoming, and what can be done to put that all together? So there's been a lot of work done in the last year, and we'll continue to do a lot of work in that. Today, we're going to talk to you a little bit about what we do in community engagement and leadership. So Amber Power, our manager of that, is going to talk with you through the A to A program, which I'm sure you've heard quite a lot about. And then all the other really awesome things she's done that, again, they're built to promote self-sufficiency, not dependence on us to come and do a thing, to come, every 10 years and do a community assessment, because we're the only people capable of asking questions and helping communities think about what they need to be. So that these are all built to be systems so that they can use them. And then the other big exciting thing, just to give you an update, we're not asking you again for any money, any contracts in broadband, but we just want to give you an update on where the BEAD program is. That's our giant $348 million broadband funding program that we're running. And we're in some of these sort of last big exciting steps. We've got our applications in. We're getting ready to send in our final proposal to the federal government on that. So Chad's got some cool updates to give on that. No, well, I think that's it. Thanks, Josh, again for using the podium, because now I'm freed from sitting at the table trying not to look like an idiot while my incredibly intelligent team presents on whatever they're presenting. So I'm going to go sit down and call Chad up for the update on the BEAD broadband programs.
Is this on now? There we go. Thank you, members of the board. I'm here to present on the status update on the BEAD program. So throughout the proposal process, we received 62 proposals, and I'll give some definitions as we go through. 34 of those 62 proposals were priority. That means they were fiber projects. 27 of those 62 were non-priority, so that's licensed fixed wireless. And then we received one alternative technology proposal, so that's low Earth orbit satellite. And the total proposals we received, that equaled $805 million in funding requested. And we have about, after the administrative costs, we have about $340-ish million. So that's quite a big gap of the total funding requested. Out of the $805 million, $646 million of that was for priority proposals or fiber proposals. 52 million of that proposed was non-priority or licensed fixed wireless. And the low Earth orbit satellite or alternative technology proposal, that was a $107 million proposal there. Let's see. So we had 14 providers submit applications. 10 out of the 14 submitted fiber proposals or priority. 6 out of the 14 providers, they submitted non-priority proposals. And as we go through the last portion on the bottom right, 562 PAUs received at least one proposal. PAUs are project area units. And then the following slide, you'll see a map breakdown of the state of Wyoming broken down into the project area units. So this slide, it breaks down the state and the borders there, the project area units. So as the shaded PAUs are the areas that received proposals for terrestrial, meaning that's both fiber and licensed fixed wireless. So we received 562, there's 576 PAUs. I'm going to go back one slide. So there we go. Okay, 562 PAUs received at least one proposal out of the 576 PAUs in the state. The darker shaded blue, they received proposals with both licensed fixed wireless and fiber. The next lightest shade, they received fiber only proposals. And then the lighter blue, the lightest blue, that was licensed fixed wireless only proposals. And in the white shade, they didn't receive proposals at all with terrestrial technology. And then the dark, the almost black shade that they didn't have any eligible locations. Those are the bigger town Wyoming, Evanston, Cheyenne, Sheridan, et cetera, because they met the requirements for having reliable high-speed broadband.
And Chad, I just want to jump in because
Please jump in.
I'm seeing people trying to look at the graphic. The black ones are so small that really on this map you can't see where it is. It is just the centers of those primary larger communities.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you. And this visual breaks down the PAUs that did not receive any terrestrial proposals. In the state, 67% of the PAUs received 0 proposals. And that equals out to 32% of BSLs. BSLs are broadband serviceable locations, so homes, businesses throughout the state. So we were able to cover with these proposals 68% of locations within the state. And this slide here, we received one proposal from an alternative technology provider or low Earth orbit satellite. And this is the proposal that they provided. And it, from a high level, the PAUs that did not get covered from a very high level, they will get covered by low Earth orbit satellite or the alternative technologies. And again, they did not provide a proposal for the white shaded areas because those are the densely populated communities within the state that already have reliable high-speed broadband. And here's our timeline where we're at with the BEAD project. Right now, we're going through the curing stage and the application review. Once the curing is completed, we'll begin negotiations for their proposals with the funding we have. And in parallel, we'll be drafting the final proposal, which will be submitted to the NTIA. And our goal is to have that submitted in May of this year. So we're ahead of schedule. The due date from the NTIA is a few months later, July 28th, but we are happy with our progress where we're at. And I'm happy to take any questions y'all may have.
Dr. Shaver.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Brett, hey, Chad, remind us what's the origins of the funding for this and this program. Just give us the 5-minute, this is where it came from, this is where the funding came from, just to remind me.
Yeah, so the funding comes from, it's the BEAD Act was signed by President Biden a few years ago, and it's coming through the NTIA, and it's coming through the Business Council to the providers in the state. Yeah, you're welcome.
Fantastic. Ms. Johnson, do you have a question?
Is that it? Chad, looking at all your overlays and I'm thinking, okay, how does that fit? And not enough money. I mean, really? So what, are there sections of the state that you believe we won't be able to service? Or is there any part of the state that will not receive service because we don't have enough money to cover the whole state?
So
Or-
so one of the requirements of the program is 100% of the locations within the state must be covered. So there is enough funding to cover the entire state. However, we may have to pull funding from the, licensed fixed wireless or fiber funding to cover the rest of the state with alternative technology, unfortunately. And it's frustrating because we were underfunded. And when you look at a state, for example, like Louisiana, they have about $500 million in unutilized BEAD funds. There's a little frustration on my part because it does seem unfair, but that's where we're at. Because we want to, the goal is to serve ideally every location in the state with fiber. But in that sense, we're underfunded. But there's enough funding there to cover the whole state. Unfortunately, that will come in the form of low Earth orbit satellite.
Mr. Law.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Chad, when you talk about the alternative, the low Earth orbit, obviously these others are putting in infrastructure. I see them go up and down around Sheridan and stuff like that. But when there's proposal for that, what is the offering? I mean, what are they providing? A Starlink dish and a cord or what? I mean,
So they are reserving capacity in their satellites to provide service for the locations within the state. There will, to my knowledge, there won't be funding available to provide free hardware.
no equipment, but just but in
capacity.
essence capacity. Okay,
Correct.
well that makes sense. I was just curious because
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
No, I'm glad you clarified that, Mr. Law, because I forgot we clarified that in committee because I had a similar question, what that meant. So thank you for asking. Mr. Lance.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So 2 questions, looking at the slides 3 and 4, and I guess by extension 5. How do you see the capacity of our providers in Wyoming to truly cover the state? And then secondly, are you disappointed in the applicant pool, or are there things we should be doing to incentivize those applications to come forward in the future? So the capacity of the providers in the state, I have full confidence in. If capacity like the ability, the manpower to do this work, I have full confidence that they'll be able to do this. And we receive proposals from every provider in the state that does work in the state. And so I'm extremely happy with the participation we received. We've done outreach, consistent outreach, almost 2 or 3 times a month on status updates, what's coming up. And I think that helped with the participation and getting, like I said, we received proposals from every local provider in the state, which I'm happy about.
Any, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. So you can jump in if I'm saying this wrong, but generally it sounds like things are going pretty well. And
I'm happy
on
with-
track.
Yep,
And
they are.
to meet these deadlines and the time frame you have there, and with that, everybody will be able to at least have the ability to be able to connect.
Right. Yes, that's the requirement by the NTIA.
Right.
Correct.
So looking forward, do you anticipate any other problems? Basically, sorry for the basic question, but
No, everything is, I'm happy with how things are going. Things are on track. We don't anticipate any hiccups at this point. So I'm pleased with how things are moving along.
Chad, I do have one more question, just thinking in terms of Ms. Johnson's ask regarding the federal funding side. Has there been anything telegraphed from the federal level back down to the states of, you've got a state, let's say Louisiana, where there's 500 million of additional excess funding? Has it been discussed of a reallocation of those funds out to other states, or is it kind of that pool will just get lost once the program's done?
So that's the challenge, is because Louisiana been allocated that funding, they're not likely to give it up. I've been making noise on my side to the national delegation for Wyoming, and voiced my, my views on it. But there's been no, discussion, or I haven't heard anything about reallocating those funds, unfortunately, but I'm doing what I can to, make our voices heard.
Well, definitely appreciate the efforts, and thanks for that color. Mr. Mossy.
Thank you. So Chad, I have a real basic question. How do the alternative technology, how does that work? Do people, have people applied for that know they're not going to get any other services? Or does the satellite people go out and find the people? How does that work? I don't understand that.
So we're not that far down the road yet.
Okay.
But when we get there, that will be part of the thing. The providers will reach out, and it'll be public information. People that are interested to know that service is available if they choose. So yeah, that's how. You're welcome.
Another one popped in my head, Chad. When you talk about providing capacity, where they're allocating capacity, I got to thinking about infrastructure because I know by our place in Douglas, they did a substantial upgrade in an uplink station there. Is that what some of that funding would be for, to increase the uplink capabilities to the satellites?
So I believe, so when you say uplink, is that like a tower?
Yeah, where it's coming off of, I'm sorry, where it's coming off of the, some of the internet backbone,
Yeah.
and then they're shooting it up into the satellite for the, right?
So that could be something for licensed fixed wireless tower, because whenever licensed or low Earth orbit satellite, you have a dish on your house and that shoots directly up to the satellite, and that's how you get service to your house. It sounds, so to answer your question, if your project area unit or census block where you live is eligible, it does not meet the bandwidth requirements by the NTIA, then that location will be eligible for funding.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
you're welcome.
Thank you. One last question, Chad. How dependent are these providers on federal and state money to maintain their systems?
They are not, I would say they're pretty autonomous when it comes to federal funding. They don't rely on government funding full time to be operational. These are profitable companies. That's part of the pre-qualification process, is we take a look at their balance sheets to make sure they're, this money, will be put to good use, and it will not, that they're reliable, profitable companies.
Any further questions? If not, I think this has been a great discussion around the topic, and keep up the good work, Chad. This is great. Interested to see what happens.
Thanks for your time.
You bet. And with that, Ms. Power, I think you're on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Interim Chair and Board. I am absolutely thrilled to be here today to talk about the leadership and engagement programming and processes that we are currently experimenting and learning from. But mostly I'm excited to share a lot of the successes that the communities themselves are experiencing as they're working through these processes. So I appreciate it very much for the opportunity. So community leadership and engagement is really looking at how we can best support the Business Council's mission to help communities find locally led pathways to resilience. And we're doing that through a number. We really are doing it through a number of different things. Technology, training, maybe not so much. But leadership and engagement really are focusing to support leaders in three main ways. The first is to solve root problems, as we've talked about quite substantially over the last couple of days. We also are focusing on finding opportunities to help leaders in communities and industries and throughout the state grow their personal leadership skills and community capacity. And the third focus or outcome that we're really hoping to get from any of our processes and our support is to help communities and leaders lay foundations to transform their systems for resilience and finding those strong communities and actually supporting their strong and strengthening communities for their opportunities. We, again, are focused on always ensuring that those resilient and thriving communities are in our state. So we're hoping to support that. We do that through a number of different ways. We have some programs and processes that I'd like to talk about. Everyone's familiar with A to A, and that's where we'll spend the majority of our conversation today. However, we also do help leaders in the state. And I'd like to point out that when we talk about leaders, it's the small L. So while we do work with a lot of leaders that were elected, a lot of those really important decision makers that have access to those resources and also have the authority to make policy changes, investment, and to actually grow leaders as well. We're looking at leaders with the small L. What we consider leaders are anyone who's really passionate about supporting their communities to thrive and grow. And we hope that we invite them into part of that process and decision making, and that they can actually help some grassroots efforts in their particular communities or with their constituencies to find ways to do that as well. So we do that through strategizing, facilitation, and workshops. We work one-on-one with different organizations across the state and our partners across the state to do strategy and help them identify what their vision is, what their goals are, and methodologies or ways that they can take action to help meet those goals and objectives. We also have done some succession planning. So as we know, a lot of our communities are really small, and in a lot of cases, we have maybe one or two people that have all of the know-how in a lot of those institutions for economic development. And when they retire, or like I like to say, win the lottery instead of being hit by a bus, but we'll keep it positive. So when they win the lottery and buy the private island, who is going to be able to step in and keep those communities marching forward on a pathway that they've already set instead of having to recreate the wheel? So succession planning, we're finding, is incredibly important for that leadership development as well. We do some team building, and that's actually spurred from A2A. We spent some time here with the Cheyenne city staff and helping them better collaborate with one another so that they can better serve their constituencies. And then obviously the program of the hour that we'll spend most of our time discussing is A2A. We also have the opportunity to help support as a tool some funding opportunities. We have a couple of rural development grants that we are able to share with our constituents across the state to our leadership programs. We have the youth leadership program where we help sponsor a lot of those youth organizations across the state to learn better leadership skills so that hopefully when they stay here because of our growing economy, they can then help become the decision makers and help leading Wyoming and the future. So we do a lot of that sponsorship. We are piloting and we're exploring the option to, we've changed a little bit of that adult leadership program as well. What we are now doing is focusing specifically on helping leaders in adult leadership program understand more about economic development and what it means, how local communities can take control of their economic development and how it's run, how it's funded, and the opportunities that they have in their local communities to be part of economic development. And we are going to pilot that as part of those leadership programs like I think Leadership Cheyenne and some of those other things, and offer scholarships or offer some program support. We also are offering curriculum support and ideas that are optional for those programs so that they can better help create a day or some introduction to economic development in their local communities. We have revised the community, what was once known as Community Development Grant, and now we are calling that Community Economic Development Grant because we have revised that. We actually used to give grants of $2,000, and now we're giving grants up to $10,000 for communities who are pinpointing their economic development problem and providing some sort of an action where they can start to chip away and maybe start to solve some of their economic development problems community-wide. So we are currently revising, we've just revised that. We've given one of those grants. The next grant cycle ends on March 1st, and we're getting a lot of interest from a lot of different areas around the state. So we're hoping for some really good applications from the revised Community Economic Development Grant. And we are piloting a grant for assessment to action. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we talk about assessment to action. But really the focus here that we look at the money as a tool, it is never the outcome. And as long as it's a tool to get us to where we want to go, it's a tire on the car, but it's not the destination, then we feel comfortable accepting some, providing some help in terms of grants. All right, so we really want to talk about assessment to action. This is where I get really excited to showcase all of the work that the communities have done through this program and all of the things that they've accomplished through this particular program. And like I said, I just feel really lucky to be a small part of it. We are really thrilled with what we've seen in our pilot. So we piloted, actually, let me take a step back really quickly because we have a draft video that we'd like to show. It is not completely finished. There's still some things that we need to tweak a bit, and so I apologize for that. But we were so excited about this particular video because it highlights those stories directly from the people who participated in it. And it also shows the impact that the program has had because of those communities and those leaders and their work that they've done through the program. So we are going to look at this video. Maybe. Where is the video? It should be up here. Like I said, technology, not great. Thank you, Ben. That is why we have Ben. Thank you. So we'll find the video, but until we do that, we'll end with it. It might be a really great ending. We piloted this particular program, there we go, in 2024. It was a 15-month pilot. We did 4 iterations of the workshop and the subsequent coaching, 10-week coaching after the fact. So we started in Fremont County. We then did some coaching. We had a couple of communities go through that process. We used the same process that we're asking communities to learn and utilize with the flywheel in developing our A2A program. So we're actually doing the same thing that we're asking communities to do. We started again in Fremont County. We had some communities walk through that. We learned, we iterated. We had another pilot in Gillette. We learned, we iterated. We had a third pilot in Casper with several different communities. We had from Cheyenne to Burlington and Thermopolis participated. And then our 4th iteration was an industry team. It was the local foods for Wyoming, excuse me, where I apologize, local foods team that actually did some work. And that was a really incredible learning opportunity as well. So some of the things that we really appreciated about the process is that it isn't specific to a specific community, a specific problem, a size of a community, a region, that this is something that communities can then use to customize to their particular needs, their assets, their strengths, their weaknesses, and their problems. And so we're really excited with some of the results that we are finding from this. curriculum, like we would say, or the process is inspired by PDIA, design thinking, strategic doing, a lot of those processes that we kind of use in academic circles or in buzzwords. But this is really Wyoming focused. So we utilized everything that we learned from processes, but we wanted to make this work for people in our state, and so that they could utilize it and work for their constituencies in their particular communities. I feel like I need to do some sort of a juggling act to switch my slides. I'm not as cool as Chad over here, just kind of looking through. So we're really excited because we did learn quite a bit from the pilot. And that is actually in your board book. We did a survey from those pilot communities. We found what they really liked. One thing that I will say, because it has been a little bit of a discussion, is that 100% of the teams that responded to the survey and gave us feedback said that their collaboration improved greatly, so that they were able to sit down and work with one another, identify the problem, and make substantial progress towards solving that particular problem. So we got some, like I said, we were really thrilled with those particular results. We then finished our pilot. We learned everything we could, and we had our official kickoff February 5th in Casper with 5 additional communities. And then we will continue on with them. They'll be coaching with us for the next 10 weeks to really tackle those particular problems. It gives us a lot of good information. Back again, we'll continue to learn, we'll continue to iterate, we'll continue to grow. But those teams are really excited about what they learned. We also had the SBA join us for the workshop as a partner. So although they're not going through the 10-week coaching, they learned about the process. And one thing also that we're really excited to provide for our partners across the state is any of the resources that we have, any of the information or any of the tools that we utilize in this process is all free game for them. We would love it if our partners would be able to take some of this process and utilize it to make their jobs easier or to have more impact in what their particular missions are across the state as well. So we were very grateful that the SBA did join us for that, and we would love to have more engagement with our partners across the state as well. Our next steps for A2A, obviously, continuous improvement. We are always learning, we're always changing, we always need to make adjustments as the needs of our constituents are changing. We are developing a communication strategy. The elusive video is part of that communications strategy. And we are always looking to strengthen partnerships and collaborative opportunities. And we're excited to start with SBA, but we're also looking forward to do that with other of our partners as well. And the collaborative opportunities that we have, even community to community or leader to leader, we see that that's actually really beneficial. And we see that there's a lot of cross collaboration even within the cohorts of the A2A workshop. We are looking to build a stronger bridge between A2A and team independence. And what I mean by that is after A2A, it's the then what? And that becomes super important. So we don't want to continue leading, but we want to continue supporting so that we see that the flywheel does take off and continue to grow. We don't want to just step out and hope it continues to grow, but we want that support to be reasonable enough that the communities, the leaders have the confidence that they need to continue working through their problems and addressing their problems, and then showing and sharing with others in their community how to do the same. So we're still figuring out the then what. We did find through that same survey that 60% of the people said that they would continue using the process after the fact to address additional problems. And in the vein of always learning and growing, I don't like that number. I think we need that number to be closer to, we'll just say 100, right? Why not? We're going to shoot for 100% of the people who go through this particular program will use it to continue to help solve other problems. We also, because we just completed our pilot and we've just kicked off, we're going to continue our long-term program impact in tracking what that looks like around the community, around the state. We've had, again, some really great comments about people utilizing the program. They've done really great things. They've made a lot of strides, but we're always concerned with the longer term impact, and we're hoping that we see some great swelling. So A2A is, we're hoping, a very valuable tool. It's not the only tool in our economic development toolbox, obviously. We're hoping, though, that it's a very valuable tool so that we can help support communities to learn, to grow their leadership, to grow their capacities, and really grow their confidence and how they tackle problems. I'll just end really quickly. I'm looking at Ben to see the nod that we might have the video. But you know, a lot of this is actually spurred by a lot of conversation that we had in the time leading up to our A2A development. We talked to everyone we possibly could about some of what those communities were looking for and what they were needing and what they were asking for, not in terms of us coming in and doing it, but in terms of the support that they might need to do it themselves. And those two things were strategy and collaboration. But a lot of it too, I'll just tell you a really quick story. We were doing a program that we had before Assessment to Action, and that was the community assessment program in a community, as I would just my first, and it turned out to be the last one that I did in a local community. And they were talking about some transportation issues in their particular community. And we had everyone come in and we were kind of facilitating the discussion on what they thought the transportation issues were, what they thought they weren't. And we had just that morning been changed from our original venue to a bar because we got kicked out of our original venue. And it was early, so we didn't partake of anything at the bar. I just want to make sure that Josh understands it was the venue only and nothing else untoward. It was all up and up. But there was a gentleman who opened the bar for us, and he was standing in the very back corner. And so as we walked in, I thanked him for coming in early to work to open the bar, and asked him if he would want to participate. And he said, no. Oh, no, absolutely not. This gentleman was what you might think of a stereotypical bartender, really big guy, tatted everywhere and standing in the back. And he was serving the water that day. And as we continued this discussion, we got onto the transportation issues, and a lot of the people in the room were excitedly talking about pathways and talking about bikes and talking about horses and bikes on the same pathway and all of these things, and runners. And I noticed that the gentleman was scooting closer and closer to the front. And so then at the break, I asked him, are you sure you don't want to participate? And he said, oh, no, I couldn't do that. No. But we started talking more. And he said that he actually was a single dad with a special needs little girl. And he's working 2 jobs to make ends meet. And bartending was one of them. And that he did not have a reliable vehicle. So he used those pathways as his method, not only to work, but to her therapy, her doctor's appointments. And he said, these people just don't get it. That there are so many times that we've almost been hit by cars because of how the pathways are intersecting the local roadways. It's really scary sometimes as a dad just trying to make ends meet and get my daughter to where she needs to go. And so that really resonated with me because that's the person who needs to be sitting in the room having the comments about what the needs are of the community, because those are the people that actually live it every day. It wasn't me who was visiting, having this innate sense of expertise that I could say, absolutely, this is what you need to do with your transportation. We have it on page 42 of our brochure or 42 of our handbook on how to do economic development. It was those people that needed to be in the room. It was the local problems. It was making sure that the people who are on the ground are helping the leaders make decisions that are best for their communities throughout the state. And so taking that lesson, that's really what we're trying to do, not only through A to A, but through all of our leadership and development programming or processes, is that it needs to be 100% locally led, because those are the people who have the idea, they have the knowledge, they have the perception, and then they have the passion to make their communities better. We just get to be lucky enough to hang out and help them, maybe with the tools that they need to be more successful as they're doing so. So that said, let's watch our draft video.
It has truly been the best thing that I have done. I've been to many other workshops, but A2A is the one who gave me a plan to move forward for the future, and not just one project, but for many projects.
A2A is assessment to action. It is 100% a locally led initiative where those teams uncover their root problems that they face in their economic development and understand how they can use their capacities, expertise, and resources to help address those problems.
We chose to work on this project as part of the Wyoming Food Coalition, with the hopes that what we would do is be able to get other groups to collaborate with us. We were pleased with the outcome because we actually created a project and followed it through to its final goal.
So our project was to develop, or at least create an analysis of what it'd be like to develop a portion of the Belvoir Ranch property here in Cheyenne. This was a collaboration effort between Cheyenne Leads, which is the economic development hand for Cheyenne and the County of Laramie, and then the City of Cheyenne.
The process and the outcomes allowed us to use this sort of data-driven analysis to be able to justify our decisions to our leadership. And that was an important piece, that we could take our results and say, we can't do this right now, and here's why. Previously, we hadn't been able to do that.
Finding that common ground with all those people that were in that group just kind of sparked ideas. So what we ended up doing was developing an MOU between the city and the county and the college to try to put forth a sustainable funding model for economic development.
I would recommend it because it's a vehicle that allows people to speak freely, but also give people the opportunity to collaborate in ways that they probably might not have in the beginning or ever thought of.
The A2A process is 100% locally driven. Our goal at the Wyoming Business Council is to support those local leaders, and the ideal outcome for us is for those locally led teams to be able to identify and solve the root problems that are standing in their way, to grow their leadership, their personal skills, and ultimately their community capacity, as well as strengthen and transform their communities to expand opportunities for their constituencies to thrive. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Ms. Tomasi.
Thank you. Amber, you know I'm a huge cheerleader of this program. I think it fits in with what we were speaking about this morning so well, and gathering up these leaders with a small L to collaborate and talk about the problems. In the earlier part of 8A, are you seeing any momentum that has been derived from that? And how do they keep up the impetus of enthusiasm and ability to maybe go forward with some of the things they talk about?
Well, success begets success. And when you have success, even if they're small, then you can build momentum and engagement. So for instance, Sherry Aller, the mayor of Hudson, was so incredibly sweet. She was in our first iteration, and the fact that she's still it was a little rough, I'll be honest with you. I'll just say we learned a lot from our first iteration. But she created an entire strategic plan based on what her time in A to A. And she's accomplished quite a lot off of the strategic plan. But one thing that she did impart is that it changed the way she thought about leadership and being the mayor and working with people in the community and growing and swelling engagement, which then also grows and swells hands to do work. So that's definitely one success. The other success that I was really thrilled with was our industry partner, the local foods group. They had people from the Department of Education, the Food to Schools program. They had local producers. They had local producers. They had the Department of Ag Consumer Research team, as well as some of the people who are just proponents for local food and do some things through the Wyoming Extension Office to help support local food systems and the growth of that particular industry. They, Leanne, that you saw in the video, said that they're using this as a jump off start, which is exactly what we were hoping for, that they're going to continue their work with those partners to just do more and more. So you saw what we call the fishbone on the video, the big thing. That's really the vision of that's all of their binding constraints laid out. And they, through A to A, start at least just on one of those things. The one thing that they think they can get done in 10 weeks that isn't a low hanging fruit and isn't going to be, I mean, you're not going to solve housing in 10 weeks, right? But you need to be making some progress, because progress begets progress, and it starts that flywheel starting to move. And she indicated that that's exactly what happened with their group, which was really great because they had never sat down and had conversations more than really through emails much. A lot of their group, and they found that collaboration actually really could move mountains for that particular industry. If you couldn't tell, I'm a little excited about this program, so I'll try to be less wordy.
I would advise you not to be. I think there's a lot of great things to talk about, and I think speaking to it's important, Amber. So I would tell you to not be less wordy. Ms. Tomasi, I will give, I guess, a little bit of an internal comment as one of the communities that went through it. Seeing a lot more local collaboration between entities that would talk or occasionally sit in a meeting with one another, but not necessarily be collaborating or working together. And after going through the ADA process with Amber, you see a lot more of, it sounds funny, but people walking into meetings together and talking about ideas, talking about what they're going to work on and what they've worked on before the previous and coming in. So just even for that, fostering the collaboration and the idea of one team with one shared goal is a lot of what's come out of it for our community. And to me, that's where we came in from, where we started this meeting about how do we provide things other than funding. To me, this is an ideal way. And you look at a community like ours in Gillette, we don't necessarily assess the economic development things, just like truthfully, the community doesn't assess a lot of things. Our community college funding is a different model than the rest of the state. But starting that conversation of how do you look at something and how do you collaborate is a lot of what's come out of this process, and how do you work to fix a problem. So
Great program.
Oh, great. Thank you.
yes, fantastic. Any other questions from the board? Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Derek. Great job. Really cool stuff. I have a question on the survey, and you touched on this. So 100% said it was very effective in helping identify root problems. 100% said it was very effective in crafting a project that directly impacts and makes progress. And then 40% basically said they're not sure if they would use it again. And you touched on that. So what's that about? Like, or is it just kind of human nature? Like it worked so good that I stopped doing it, or what do you attribute that to?
I think that, and this is just conjecture at this point, given the communities that responded that way. One thing is we have some work to do, because I do think there's a disconnect between those two pieces of data, and the why is super important, as you pointed out. The second thing, though, is I saw that it was maybe related to the project that was selected by the community. and if it was a project that was a step to a larger project or a step to a larger issue that they were tackling, they tended to see that there was a benefit to continue. And then also there was some buy-in potentially for what that might look like. And is it something that they were really bought into the process and they really kind of tried it on for that 10 weeks, as we like to say, or what kind of the outcome was. But I do think that the communities that responded to it had a project that maybe didn't have a lot of legs, if that makes sense, to continue working forward. Yes. So we are more cognizant of how we're coaching communities as well. But as Josh also pointed out, that this is a choice, right? We're here to support, we're here to encourage, we're here to collaborate. My colleagues are all, many of them are skilled in coaching as well as interested in it. I've had a lot of interest in the coaching, but we can just coach this process. And we're really cognizant of the fact that this is community led and it needs to be community led, and that, you know, the project that those communities select is what they do. And as we saw with Cheyenne and the Belvoir Ranch, sometimes no is the best answer, and that's the most successful answer that we can get to as well.
Great. Mr. Durrell.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair or interim or something. You're something. You are something, Eric.
Value here.
This is more of a comment, Amber, than a question. But I'll probably end it with, would you agree? So be ready for that.
Absolutely.
One of the things that I really like about this is that it sort of follows this model of, and Brandon mentioned this earlier, is that you're not defending a program, you're working to solve a problem. And when you came aboard, you did, you know, step into a program and you executed that program, and you found that program was likely not solving the problem that we had. And I just appreciate the way that you've set this up. You prototyped a potential solution, and you did that for 15 months. I think that's really impressive, because a lot of times we prototype for 15 minutes and think, okay, this is going to work, and we go forward. And what I would say is that you put A to A officially begins, but I don't think that that's even true, right? This is just the next prototype as you continue to learn and hone this solution to a problem or potential solution to a problem. And so I just want to commend you. And I know that this happens a lot at the Business Council, and especially in the services, because you don't have a bunch of money to throw around. So you kind of have to really dig in on the problem. And I just want to commend you and others on the services team for prototyping solutions, adjusting them, executing them, prototyping them again, and executing them and adjusting them, because I think that process is going to make a difference. And I appreciate the video to see the work that's being done and to see the number of people that you're affecting. But I do think it's really just from, you know, stepping back and looking at the kind of the meta data of what you're doing. It's a great model for how we're going to be able to tailor the tools, as Mr. Lance asked about, the tools that we need to solve the problems that we have. So thank you for doing that. And would you agree that that's a good model?
I would absolutely agree. No, I appreciate it very much. And like I said, we're really thrilled mostly that the communities are the ones in the driver's seat, and they're also the ones that are getting the credit for those things, because they're the ones that are doing the work. And we're here just to, like I said, support. And so we're just thrilled to be part of the process. As we say, we're working with them, and really just as support. And we're grateful that we can provide a tool that may not be, again, the silver bullet. It is not the silver bullet, but we're hoping that it can be a tool that is a valuable tool as we continue.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Ms. Power, for that.
Thank you.
I definitely can say learned a lot today, including that apparently I was also a lost boy like Brandon because I got to use the CD-ROM career finder myself. And I think I missed the second disc too, buddy. So you're not alone. But anyway, with that, I will hand it back to you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Okay, thank you to the services team. We have reached our morning break. And we'll reconvene at 10:30 with the operations committee. Thank you. Good. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Welcome back, everyone. And we will start with the Operations Committee. Ms. Tomasi.
Thank you. And I just want to say I've been on the Operations Committee. I've had the privilege twice in my career as a board member, and it is a wonderful committee to be on, and it is so informative, and the people do a great job on the committee. And one of the people doing that great job is Lindsay, and so I'm going to turn it over to you, Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. Good morning, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board. This morning, I'm presenting to you our December 31, 2024 budget report. This is our Q2 of fiscal year 2025. So as of December 31st, our budget utilization for our general funds should be at 50% optimum, meaning that's what we've used so far through the year. We came in at 25.77%, which was being driven down by the large $74 million balance in the Business Ready Communities program, which I will come back to. If we remove that, we are around 39.56% utilization, which is pretty consistent with past years and a lot closer to that 50%. For BRC, during the current quarter, we carried over unobligated funds from previous bienniums and revenue received in the BRC program. So that's loan payments, interest payments, revenue recapture. We were able to increase our expenditure budget for those things, and which was about $44 million. And that beginning of the biennium is the natural time to do that. One other thing you might notice here is our SBIR matching appropriation of $7 million for the fiscal year moved into the investments line from services. Moving down into our federal funds, our expenditures through December 31st were about $849,000, with most of those expenditures coming from the BEAD Planning Award. That as Chad talked about earlier, that initial proposal was approved and they released additional funds to us. As of December 31st, those funds weren't in the budget. They are now. And then when that final proposal is approved by the NTIA later this summer, that's when the rest of the money will come in. YVC is our other larger federal program, and as of December 31st, expenditures were $108,000. That fund is its own fund, and we had available cash there of about $6.3 million and earned $194,000 in interest income from the Treasurer's Office. Moving down real quick into our agency funds, as of December 31st, the Economic Loan Development Fund had an available budget of $439,000. Cash in that fund was just under $13 million, and we had received about $1.5 million in loan principal payments, interest payments, and investment income from the Treasurer's Office in that fund. Moving down to the ARPA line, our 2025 ARPA budget is $72.72 million, which is mostly capital projects fund and broadband. We had $70.5 million available for grants that have been obligated. 10.87 million had been spent between grants and admin funds in that program. And I will pause for a break on any questions for the budget. Okay. Moving down to the charts down here, the pie chart shows our budgeted expenditures by expenditure type of our total $1.23 million budget for the year. You can see about 69% of our budget is for grants and 20% for loans. This shifted a little bit during the quarter because of that BRC carry forward of unobligated funds. But that shifted our makeup a little bit to be that 89% of our budget is now for grants and loans, which was up from 82% from the past quarter. which as of December 1st left 11% for service delivery. The line item expenditure summary is where we are in terms of budget and usage for those types of expenditures. Professional services is high, and that is something that's just always high because as we enter into contracts, we reserve the budget, and it's just high throughout the year. It averages out as we move throughout the fiscal year. For our loans receivable, the balance as of December 31st was $22.16 million, and we had received $1.3 million for the first 6 months of the year in interest and principal payments.
Are there any questions?
This, this goes through July 1 of 20.
Yeah, yes. This particular budget is through June 30, 2025, and then that's the first year of the biennium. And so the next year's biennium budget ends June 30th, 2026. Yes.
Anything else? I just want to remind everybody that when we have a committee meeting, we do go through the budget pretty thoroughly. And I know we ask questions at that point, but with respect to transparency, we decided not to put the financial information in the consent agenda, and we just want to have an action item on it. So, okay, Lindsay.
Thank you.
So anything else?
That's all for me.
About the budget. Okay, so this is an action item, so I need a motion to accept the budget.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Lindsay. So the next part of the financials discussion is the audit that we have been excited to look at, and we looked at it again in committee. So we'll talk a little bit about the findings with Mr. Dayhill. Dayhill, okay, I didn't know if it was Dahill or Dayhill, but Dayhill. So I'll leave this up to you.
Okay, thank you everyone for letting me present the financial statements. On the screen, you'll see the summary of independent auditor results. And jumping right into it, we perform an audit on two different pieces. We audit the financial statements as well as auditing the federal awards. So let me jump into the financial statements. The financial statements that are prepared and presented within the group here that are prepared by management, Lindsay and Amy, have gone through and put the financial statements together, provided it to us. Those financial statements are prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. And then we go ahead and audit those financial statements in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards. And based upon the work that we performed, we are able to issue what's considered an unmodified opinion or a clean opinion. That's the type of opinion that you've received in the past. That's the type of opinion that you want to receive. And what it's stating is that the financial statements are in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles and are not materially misstated. As such, then you can rely upon that information presented. As part of the audit, we're also required under professional standards to look at the internal controls surrounding the financial reporting process. And we go through and dig into them and see if there are any issues that come up. And in this year, there was an issue that did come up that we did need to report. I'll jump into that later, but it is something that we did need to bring to the attention. We also perform an audit on the federal awards. Any entity that receives more than that has expenditures of federal awards of more than $750,000 is required to have what's considered a uniform grant guidance audit, where you go in and you look at the federal programs and the spending on those and making sure that they're in accordance with the grant guidelines. So we have gone in and we've looked through those. And in that, we've issued an unmodified opinion that says that they were performed, that the operations of those grants are in accordance with the grant guidelines. Similar to the financial statements, we also have to look at the internal controls surrounding the operations of those federal grants. And we did come across an issue that we did need to bring to the attention. And so, but just wanted to jump into that real briefly, or before I jump into that real briefly, regarding the overall financial statements, everything from fiscal year 23 compared to fiscal year 24 is almost identical to one another, extremely consistent. The biggest change was that at the very end of fiscal year 23, Business Council received a large influx of funds for the SSBCI program. When those monies were received, they're to be further invested into the communities. So until you start investing those monies, you had to record them as a deferred revenue. So you didn't get to recognize the revenue on that. This year, fiscal year 24, the Business Council started to roll those monies out and put investments out into the communities into the tune of about $11.7 million. So you'll see within the venture capital fund that there is revenue this year of $11.7 million and a corresponding investment in that. And that's what that relates to. There's still additional monies left to be invested. And those will, as those get invested, that money will be continued to be recognized into revenue. But other than that, the numbers were pretty consistent between year to year. Things went extremely well on that, and so things were ready and available when we started the audit. So, in regards to the findings that we had reported, there one related to the financial statements. We did end up having to make an adjustment related to accounts payable. And what that was the grants that the Business Council are getting are ever evolving and are getting a lot more complex than what they were. Historically, the Business Council has always received the Community Development Block Grant, which has been well established, as a long history of rules and regulations on how to follow that. Now with the emergence of the coronavirus funding, COVID-19 funding, and the broadband initiatives that are going out, those monies are coming in and are coming in fast and coming in without a lot of guidance surrounding them, as well as how they're funded. So in this case, in the Capital Projects Fund, what had happened was the money comes in and the Business Council is allowed to upfront those monies to those providers. Typically, federal grants operate on a reimbursement basis. You expend the money, we'll pay you back for those expenditures. In this case, this program allows you to provide some funding upfront to allow for the design phase. Once that design phase is completed, then they can submit requests for reimbursement for salaries and supplies, and then that's it. And then once the project has certain milestones, additional expenditures can be released. So in this case, what had happened was the funding had been advanced, some expenditures came in and were recorded as accounts payable. But when you looked at it split the year end. And so there were some things that were properly recorded at year end, some things that could be delayed and not recognized until after year end. And so we had to go through and make an adjustment there at the very end. Nothing that is indicative or systemic that it's a problem, just the ever-evolving nature of these programs just requires ever-evolving accounting for these things. And so we made the adjustment, worked with Amy and Lindsay on getting those things done. They were required to go out to their service providers to get information. And then, unfortunately, this information kind of came about right in that week between Christmas and New Year's. And so it was a tremendous push to get everything done. But Amy, Lindsay were on top of everything and were able to get us the information that we needed. So we were able to make that adjustment. they've subsequently come through and provided a corrective action plan, which we've reviewed, and they've put together a spreadsheet moving forward so that they know how to account for these things, to recognize service dates and what period these expenditures should recognize. So nothing that I would consider to be something that would be an issue moving forward. So then along with that, in auditing the federal, one of the federal programs, the broadband program, again, this was a new program, and it requires a performance report to be submitted, and one of those performance reports required the reporting of full-time equivalents, and the number that got reported on the report for the FTE wasn't. We weren't able to go back and find the support for that number, and the Business Council works with the third-party provider to help gather that information. There was what was initially budgeted for FTEs didn't necessarily follow how the initial funding and expenditures of that was. So there was just some miscommunication there. So again, it was the very first report that got filed under this program. It's been corrected. And again, nothing that I feel is a systemic problem or an issue or problem that should be following the programs going forward, but just these new programs keep coming out faster and faster and with ever evolving rules and regulations. So, but overall, what I would say is the audit went extremely well. There fortunately were no new accounting standards or accounting principles that were required to be adopted. We didn't come into any issues or problems with information not being provided to us or provided to us timely. And then at the very end of the audit, we go through an issue, we receive what's considered a representation letter. And in that representation letter, which Amy and Lindsay go through and sign, and it says, you've provided us all of the information that we've requested. You have answered all of our questions. You've not withheld any of that information, and just general items that are indicative of the audit. And at the end, they sign that. So overall, the audit went well, and audited financial statements in which the board and the stakeholders can rely upon them. So,
well, thank you, Mr. Dayhill. I just have a comment, and we went through the audit again in committee, and I think that some other states might be in the same position, because even though we appreciate so much the federal money that comes in, maybe a few rules would be nice to come with it. And I think that's kind of what happened. And I certainly appreciate Lindsay and Amy going back, and especially during that busy time, to make corrections, and you being available to make corrections. And it was, I know it was a tense time, but it's awesome that it's done and that it turned out okay, even though we did have a few exceptions.
a lot of that, the COVID monies that have come out, they refer to it as preliminary final rules and regulations.
Oh, really? Preliminary final.
The preliminary final regulations. Yeah, so it's ever evolving, and it is, and it is not, what I would say is, in this one instance related to the issues, this wasn't just an issue related to the Business Council and something that it was a statewide issue that is affecting other agencies and other departments as well. So
A lot of moving parts.
a lot of moving parts.
So are there any questions for Mr. Dayhill? Oh, Mr. Drill.
Madam Committee Chair, Mr. Dayhill, I have a question and a little bit of a comment and a question with that. So as you mentioned, there was a little bit of a kind of a rush at the end and a scramble to get things done. And while I appreciate heroic efforts, I don't think we should rely on them. And so one of the things that I think I understand is that our audit also holds up the state's audit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So would you and your team be willing to work with Lindsay and Amy and members of our team to sort of do a postmortem on why we ended up in the scramble situation, and why we were even at that point, and maybe we could rectify that in the coming years so that we're in a better position to support the state's overall budget. Or audit, would you be willing to do that with your team?
Absolutely. We agree. And in this instance, it wasn't, as you alluded to, the interconnection between the Business Council and the state of Wyoming isn't necessarily just limited to this program. A lot of the funding that all of the cash and investments in which the Business Council holds is on deposit with the state treasurer's office. So their investment portfolio is ever growing and is always getting much more complex as time evolves. And so they spend, so it's kind of a back and forth. The Business Council needs to wait on the state to get their investments reconciled, but then we have to get ours done so it can go into their report. So there's a lot of give and take on that. And so, but yes, for all parties involved, we are definitely interested in sitting down and making it a smoother transition and reconciling any of the barriers that hold each other up.
Madam Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board. Mr. Drell, I appreciate your question. And I think that back and forth, Mr. Dayhill, that you described is really important for everybody to understand. So again, the Business Council is a component unit of the state. And so our audit is independent. And all of you as board members are actually the customers of that audit. And so it's a very, very important piece to the Business Council's operations, to our transparency to the public, to the trust that we build with that transparency. And for all of those reasons, the importance of our audit and a high quality, very detailed audit are very, very important. And so that's one of the things that we do have high quality standards within the operations team around. We do want the audit to serve its intended purpose and to make sure that it's continuing to make us better as a team and as an organization. And so Mr. Dayhill talked a little bit about that back and forth, that we are reliant on data coming from the state treasurer's office and that investment income to complete our audit. That is true. With that being said, I also feel very strongly that we have, with those high quality standards and knowing the importance of our audit, I want to make sure that our audit is conclusive and appropriately worked before we release it to the state. So we never intend to hold up the state's audit. However, that transparency and the detail and the time that we need to take with our audit is of high priority.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Amy. I think that a lot of us that don't work with it every day don't understand all the moving parts of this. And people are relying on other people, but we want ours to be correct and we want our audit to be impeccable. And I think that with you and Lindsay and Mr. Dayhill, I think that, and maybe some additional information after you have a time to look at what happened and see what happened this year, and maybe get some better guidelines and better parameters of what you need to do and what the other state agencies need to do. Maybe that will come to fruition. So well said. Thank you. Okay. Anything else for Mr. Dayhill?
Okay.
Nothing?
Thank you.
Okay. So this again is an action item. Thank you, Mr. Dayhill. Thank you, Lindsay and Amy. This is an action item, so we have to approve the audit. Do I hear a motion to approve? Thank you.
And second.
Thank you. Any discussion? And I'm sure all of you read every page. Yeah. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. And thank you. That's the Operations Committee.
Thank you, Ms. Tomasi, and to the operations team and Mr. Dayhill, thank you for being here. So looking ahead at our agenda items, the next item on the agenda is executive session, which we would need a motion for in order to go into executive session. Then we'll follow that with, we'll just roll into lunch. And then I see we're scheduled to reconvene at 1, given the fact that we're running a little ahead of schedule. Is that time adjustable?
Mr. Co-Chair, yes, it is.
How adjusted?
We wanted
Mr.
minutes.
Co-Chair, one suggestion would be, since we're running approximately 30 minutes ahead, perhaps you reconvene at 12:30.
Okay, is everybody good with that? 12:30 reconvene? Okay, so then the next item is executive session, which we would need a motion for. And again, this executive session would be for personnel matters, in particular the CEO.
Mr.
review.
Co-Chair, I make a motion that the board moves into executive session for personnel matters.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll go into executive session and we'll reconvene at 12:30. Thank you.
I know normally the.
Very much.
Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. We'll call the meeting back to order. And I believe our first item will be to do the roll. So Ms. Sutcliffe, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Let's see. We'll start with you, Mr. Arndt.
Here.
Ms. Atkinson. Here. Mr. Brown. Ms. Harvey is excused. Ms. Johnson. Mr. Kenyon.
Here.
Mr. Lance. Mr. Law.
Here.
Mr. Pivik.
Here.
Dr. Schaefer.
Here.
Mr. Smith.
Here.
And Ms. Tomasi. Thank you. You do have quorum.
Thank you. And then the next action item on the agenda is consideration of CEO review recommendations.
Mr. Co-Chair, I would move that the board accept the recommendations from the executive session.
Thank you, Mark. We have a first. Is there a second? Thank you, Chuck. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So we are on to the investment committee. And back to you, Mr. Law.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Yeah, we'll move on to the investments committee, and we'll kick it right off with Noel and the BRC. Thank you. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, members of the board. Thank you for your time today. Ben's going to get the presentation up and going. As you can see, we recently updated our board materials and our presentation. Previously, our analysis was woven in throughout the presentation. Today, we will save the analysis of this project for the end. There is one business committed application before you today requesting a $5 million grant and a $5 million loan. We currently have about $75.6 million in the BRC account. The City of Laramie requests a $5 million business committed grant and $5 million loan to construct a 137,000 square foot facility on 32 acres to house new and expanded Wyotech trade training programs, including welding, advanced diesel, heavy diesel, and trim. The proposed building will serve the welding, advanced diesel, trim and upholstery, and the applied service management program needs. The request is 5 million grant, 5 million loan. Their total match is about $32.8 million. Total project costs of about $42.8 million. Our recommendation before you today is due fund with some contingencies that I will detail at the end of my presentation. Wyotech's current enrollment is more than 1,100 students on campus, and their current capacity is 1,200. To increase enrollment and capacity, Wyotech requires additional space. This additional space will enable them to add 400 to 800 additional students, plus 99 new employees, with the plan for it to be open by summer, fall of 26. Here is a rendering of the proposed building. It's kind of hard to see the colors there, but that kind of backwards L is the shop. The kind of bottom part is welding. Then they have trim in kind of the very bottom blue part. And then it's purple, but you can't see it. It's what you can see kind of the classrooms. I don't think I have a pointer, but that's kind of a rendering of their proposed new building and all of the various components of it. Wyotech currently employs about 240 individuals, and the proposed project would create an additional 99 positions. 15 to 20 of those will work remotely out of state. The median wage of these positions will be $35.80 an hour at maturity, and the median wage in Albany County is $22.70 an hour. So the proposed wages are 58% higher than the county median wages. We also looked at the national industry average wage, and they are 12% higher than the national industry average wage. Wyotech is also confident in its ability to continue recruiting workforce from both in and out of state. They have partnered with local agencies such as the Wyoming Department of Workforce Services, Express Professionals, and Climb Wyoming. Wyotech was founded in 1966 and is now known as a trailblazer in the automotive, diesel, collision and refinishing, and welding industries. After becoming a family-owned private company in 2018, Wyotech has grown from 12 students and 12 employees to over 1,100 students and about 240 employees as of December 24. Wyotech offers 9-month training programs in several automotive and diesel-related industries, including automotive, collision, and diesel repair. Students complete 6 months in core programming and then have the ability to gain additional skills during their 3-month specialty training in areas such as street rods, chassis fabrication, high-performance powertrains, and service management. Finally, the demand for skilled workers in this industry is growing nationwide. This phenomenon is demonstrated by Wyotech's quarterly career fairs, which are each attended by more than 100 industry employers from around the nation. In January 2020, the City of Laramie finalized their Thrive Laramie, a community and economic development action strategy for the next 10 years. This plan identified 13 strategies, and the applicant believes this project aligns with 4 of those, which include increasing regional collaboration, supporting increased revenue and wages for existing businesses, strengthening connections between education and employers, and working to expand the quality and quantity of housing options. Both public and private partners are also looking at potential housing solutions for Laramie. Currently, Wyotech offers and operates student housing to accommodate students moving in from Laramie both on and off campus. If this project is approved, the company plans to use some freed up capital for a housing project that could open up hundreds of beds around the community currently filled by existing students. Additionally, the city and the Laramie Chamber Business Alliance, or LCBA, is focused on housing with multiple projects currently being developed. Finally, there are several letters of support beginning on page 136 of your board materials for this project. A little bit of information on the loan that they are requesting. So they are requesting a $5 million loan at a 1% interest rate over a 20-year term. Staff is actually proposing that the advanced diesel shop portion of the facility be owned by the City of Laramie, which will effectively secure the loan and the grant funds invested. The lease payments paid will be used to cover Laramie's debt service on the BRC's $5 million loan. The bank financing, which will be the other part of the building, will be secured by the remaining portions of that facility, and all BRC funding will be contingent on the approval and origination of that bank financing. A little bit on their revenue recapture. Should Wyotech exercise its option to purchase the property at year 6, the city and LCBA are proposing the following split for revenue recapture. LCBA at 46%, City of Laramie at 8%, and then the BRC account receiving 46%. These figures are dependent on hiring goals being reached. On the use of revenue recapture, I do have a correction from the board materials. The City of Laramie does not plan to utilize its revenue recapture funds for operations, but instead for economic development purposes. However, they do wish to maintain some flexibility in which projects or initiatives that will be. LCBA has identified 3 main areas of focus: continued development of the Cirrus Sky Tech Park, cash match for future business council grants and loans, and other economic development opportunities as they arise. Here we go. We added a new section on some community resources. So here is a breakdown of the match just for this project. So for the match, the City of Laramie, the Business Council loan, or the BRC loan, does act as the cash match for the city. And then they aren't bringing any other cash to the project. LCBA is not bringing any cash to the project. And then the remaining match comes from Wyotech itself, totaling $32.8 million. We also looked at the tax structure of Laramie. So currently Albany County and Laramie's tax structure is 6%. They have the 4% state sales and use, and then the 1% local general and 1% local specific purpose option. Counties do have the ability to go up to 7%, which you can see here with the economic development option being that 7% option. But that does not include municipal options, such as the municipal specific purpose option. So currently 1% in Laramie generates approximately $10.7 million annually. We also looked at the local budgets of the City of Laramie and LCBA. Of the total biennium budget for the city, 2% is allocated to community and economic development. The City of Laramie has a policy within their reserves of maintaining at least 3 to 6 months of a fund's expenditure in reserves for non-capital funds. Their fiscal year 2024 audit report shows approximately $41 million in reserves. The write-up states that some of that will be utilized for operations. However, the city uses reserves for capital improvements. We also looked at the LCBA budget. They have approximately $600,000 per year, and they have approximately $1 million in reserves. We also looked at prior projects, specifically BRC projects within Albany County. So to date, there have been 29 BRC projects in Albany County, of which 12 were business committed projects. These projects should have generated more than $20 million in local revenue recapture through revenue generating projects with businesses like Intertech, Tri-Hydro, Highvis, Tungsten, and others. Now we will enter into the project evaluation and how BRC staff looked at this project. We reviewed the barriers to growth identified in the Wyoming Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or the CEDS, as well as the growth perspective, and this project could help address a few of those identified challenges. The first one is economic diversification. In addition to enhancing the local ecosystem, this project does have the potential to enhance the state's industry cluster development goals. Wyotech's Applied Service Management Program, which is being expanded as part of this project, has an entrepreneurial focus and is designed to provide students with the foundation needed to open their own business. Wyotech also recently partnered with the University of Wyoming on credit transfer options to allow Wyotech graduates to transfer credits to the university to pursue bachelor's degrees in career and technical education teaching or organizational leadership. Creating opportunities. This project has the potential to create opportunities within the community and the state by creating jobs and wages that are higher than both the county median and the state industry average wage. Workforce. This project has the potential to create jobs and attract out-of-state know-how to be employed by Wyotech. However, the large majority of trained students are likely to continue to leave the state for outside employment opportunities. This is something that you all are familiar with, the economic impact ROI. So the total annual impact for Albany County per this project is about $1.2 million. So the years to recoup the BRC grant funds is approximately 4.1 years. This figure does not factor in the student population's potential impact on the local community. Each student adds approximately $3,500 to the local economy during their 9-month training program. As an additional part of our analysis, BRC staff reviewed the economic growth flywheel and how well this project aligns with it. So with determined binding constraints, Laramie and Albany County face several barriers to growth. Some of these include a lack of high-paying jobs, housing, and low tax income. Creating and attracting a compelling project. While this is a compelling business retention and expansion project for the community and the state, it does not promote regional collaboration or address other binding constraints. Wyotech is a for-profit business, so this project will increase revenue and wages in the area. Furthermore, this project may initially exacerbate the housing constraint that Laramie currently experiences. However, the community is addressing this barrier in the long term. Gather resources and partners. This project does involve several local partners. However, the regional collaboration identified in Laramie's economic development plan is inadequate. The city's BRC loan request meets the minimum requirements for match. However, BRC funds are the only state or federal funding source. Doing the right project. This project does address some binding constraints. There is potential to bring high-paying, skilled jobs to diversify the region's industry mix, drive economic growth, and increase wages. While this project does generate tradable income for the community and state by importing students, it does not address larger workforce challenges identified, as more than 90% of WyoTech students leave the state after graduation. Generating local capacity. This project should increase local capacity and revenue streams. However, based on past performance, there is little evidence that will occur. The city's and LCBA's investment into economic development is insufficient to meet the goals that they have for themselves. For example, LCBA is not utilizing any past revenue recapture towards this project as identified in its revenue recapture plans, now that they are caught up on all revenue recapture payments. Sorry, wrong way. So our recommendation, we still looked at some compelling and concerning items, as you guys have seen in past projects. So for compelling, this does create great jobs in Wyoming. It adds to the education cluster in the region. It is a business retention and expansion project that will help WyoTech continue to grow. It does address some barriers to economic growth, and it does generate tradable income. The concerning items are there is a lack of shared capital at risk from all partners. It is not yet a fully funded project, and the revenue recapture plan that they are proposing is inadequate. So staff's recommendation is to recommend a $5 million loan at a 2% interest instead of the 1% interest that they are requesting with a 20-year term, and a $5 million grant with an 80% up to 100% business council or BRC recapture. This recommendation is also contingent upon two factors. The project is fully funded and BRC staff retains the ability to review the sources and uses prior to contract execution, and that grant dollars will not be used for pre-construction activities, including but not limited to engineering and design. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and there are members of the community and WyoTech here to answer questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Noel. Yes, Mr. Kenyon.
Noel, talked about the thought that most of the students will leave the state. You have any percentage on how many students are coming from out of state to attend WyoTech? I mean, they're a nationally advertised group.
Thank you, Mr. Kenyon, Mr. Co-Committee Chair. According to WyoTech, about 93% of their students come to Wyoming, come to Laramie from out of state, and then about that same percentage leaves the state after graduation.
Anything else? Yes, Mr.
Yes.
Co-Chair.
Noel, two quick questions. Could you explain the escalator and what triggers would be in it that would change that percentage from 80 to 100? And then also the 4.1 years for revenue recapture starts from when?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I'll answer the second question first. It starts at maturity. So that is at year 5 are the numbers that we look at. And then to answer the first question regarding the escalator, what we are proposing as staff is there is a 5% escalator for every 10% job creation not met. So so basically 10% of 99 is 9. So if they only have 80 jobs, we would increase that revenue recapture by 5%, and then so forth until we get to 100.
Anything else? Got to give everybody plenty of time to think about this. Okay. Okay. No further questions?
Mr. Committee Chair, if I may, just, are we going to get to hear from the community and from?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll reserve my question.
I'm just going to move to that next.
Perfect.
So we'll open it up for any of the committee member or the community members.
Chair, board members, it's a pleasure to be here today. I'm Todd Fieser. I'm the Assistant City Manager for the City of Laramie. With me today, I have Kyle Morris, who's the President of WyoTech, and Brad Enzi, who's the CEO for the Laramie Chamber Business Alliance. It's an exciting project for us. We're super excited to be able to work with WyoTech on this, as they are kind of Laramie bred and born and going to continue to grow and provide significant impact in our community. The jobs that it's going to create, the branding that it puts out in the community, and what it means to our community is very valuable. We've sure enjoyed the relationship with the Wyoming Business Council, working with Noel and Bert. Kaylee Holofield, our new Southeast Regional Director, has been fantastic. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kyle Morris so he can tell you a little bit more about the project.
Thank you, Todd, and thank you to the council for the opportunity. Again, we've appreciated the partnership with the Business Council, with the Chamber Alliance, with the city. Really good opportunity for us. And so very, very grateful and appreciative of all the support. In terms of the project, so a couple of things. One, Noel did a great job of kind of outlining how this helps us with our growth, how this helps us right size some of the programs and shuffle around the buildings to meet the growing demand. But one of the main reasons that we are in front of you and working with the BRC application is the capacity of our buildings is full. So starting in October of last year, we had basically 1,200 students on campus with basically 1,200 students. And we do things at WyoTech with one vision in mind, and that's best training, best experience, and best outcomes. And so as we come to the buildings being maxed out, we started to think, what is the best way for us to expand, to meet demand, to help our industry partners, to help the students who need the training? And so we looked at a lot of different growth opportunities, and a few of those were leading us in different regions, out of state, old campus that was in Blairsville that kept coming back to us and coming back to us. And as we evaluated those, we found that we're open to those, but our heart is in the state of Wyoming, and we want to grow the right way here. And so we reached out and found out about a couple of these opportunities, and so that's where we're at right now, and that's why we're here in front of the council in this project. So I am more than happy to answer any questions that you all have on details or specifics, but I think I'll leave it right there.
Yes.
Mr. Committee Chair, we do have a question from board member Mr. Pivik online.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask you how you're going to handle the influx of students and housing. Seems that housing is a problem in Laramie anyway. And
Yep.
also, none of this funding will be going towards Pennsylvania, right? Is that true?
Correct. Yeah, so I'll answer both of those, but yeah, housing is a challenge. And as Noel referenced and Todd, I believe as well, the community of Laramie is working on that. And that's something that we as community members in Laramie are focused on helping. And so there are a few projects in the works. But to answer your question specifically, we will be finding leases that come available in the city. And so as we grow into this building, the numbers that you saw, 400 to 800 students, that's over the course of 3, 4, 5 years to get there. And we've been living in that same scenario right now. Our current housing is 1,040 beds. We have 620 of those on campus, and we have 400 in the community. And so we continue to monitor those situations and are opportunistic when those leases come available. So it's a combination of that, as well as we do have a housing project that's on the horizon. And we have full intention of building more dorms in the future as we're able to. In terms of Pennsylvania, that's not an opportunity that we are pursuing at this moment in time. We've been down that path a few times with them, and we said, we're out right now. You know, who knows? It may come back to us at some point, but we are not pursuing actively Pennsylvania right now.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions. Number one, when in the report, it's talking about 240 individuals employed by WyoTech. And is that here in Wyoming? Is that at the Laramie?
So for the most part, so we have 250 employees actually as of right now. We're doing payroll this week, so got it at the top of my mind. 250 employees. We have 30 admissions reps that live external to Wyoming, and then we have a handful of additional remote employees. So approximately 35 employees that are remote, and the rest are in Laramie.
Okay. And as far as students coming to WyoTech, they pay outright? Do you accept any, do you have any financial aid? Do you have any, do you accept any like the Hathaway Scholarship or anything like that?
We'd love to, if you know somebody that would like to offer. And we've had some of those conversations, but our students, so we're fully accredited. We're accredited by the ACCSC, and we are Title IV eligible. So our students qualify for student loans just the same as the university or LCCC. So our students cannot take out the entirety of their education with a student loan. And so there is always going to be a gap for our students to fund. That could be cash from their pocket. That could be help from mom and dad. That could be scholarships. Unfortunately, can't be Hathaway right now. But our students, and that's one of the things that we take a lot of pride in. Our admissions team is out there identifying students and families that know how they're going to pay for their education and where that's going to come from and how they're going to do it. And so, yeah, they are paying some with student loans, some with cash, and they pay, you know, full freight. And another thing that we take a lot of pride in is we really don't have much bad debt. And so when students are graduating, they've paid for their education and they're out there getting a career and starting to earn.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Smith.
I'll actually wait on my remarks if the LCBA was going to speak at all.
Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. So then, first of all, I'll just say on the WyoTech side, I have personal experience with WyoTech with a good amount of friends who've either taught or gone to school there. Fantastic program. I love to see that expanding, and I love to see that it's back home again. So my question's more on the LCBA City of Laramie side. Just trying to understand, kind of wrap my head around a little bit with the number of successful projects that have occurred in Laramie that involved revenue recapture, and truthfully written into this exact proposal is wanting to reuse the revenue recapture from this project for additional projects. I'm just wondering why we don't see any contribution from either entity toward this project.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Smith, this is the first time that I looked at the that particular alignment. It doesn't look good from a standpoint. It also, I think when I had my accountant on staff put in that we have a $600,000 budget and we spend $70,000. We spend $70,000 a year on recruitment, actively out spending on recruitment. And in the next 2 years, I have an additional $90,000 with Safran in leases that I pay. So that would be another element of the $614,000 budget. And then on top of that, I have 2 people that I designate full-time to economic development. So you're probably into another 280 of that $614,000. So we actively spend the money back in the community to reinvest. We also use that money in the Plenty situation. We used it in lease abatement. And we also used it in incentives that we paid out as that project was moving a little bit over $157,000. So for a smaller organization, we've laid out a lot of that cash in putting it back into projects and in the recruitment, where we stand really as the local economic development agency. We stand in the gap between what we can do as the business council, which is buildings, and what the companies are seeing from other states, which I'll tell you in the Plenty situation was $20 million getting thrown at them by Virginia, $50 million by Michigan. And so we stand in and I try to find situations where we can take some of that revenue recapture and allocate it in a way that's going to be cost effective, that gets the project to stay or come to Wyoming. In the case with Wyotech, where they're bringing the land, they didn't need a land contribution, so we didn't make a land contribution. But we've been fully supportive of the project. It just, that doesn't look good for us. I'll be the first to say it. Not going to hide from it. But I do want the council to know that we actively use those dollars in a very judicious way. We invest the money that sits on the side when we do get a revenue recapture. And then I think the other thing that I would just, that's of note, is over time, the program has evolved to where we as an organization can receive the revenue recapture funds, which was the first one that I wasn't even a part of the inception of the grant, and kind of got handed it. And for a number of reasons we don't need to go into, we got it all squared away now. Was the tungsten one was the first one that sold before kind of a maturity in the project. So we've got the High-Vis project and then the original Bright Agritech grant are active right now. We don't model to make money on that on a month-by-month basis. You know, we kind of play the long on these. So when that would come in, then we'd have it to reinvest. So there are assets that are out there that we manage. Kind of, I view it as a cooperative management between the business council and our organization, and we, you know, try to leverage them to get them to closure. But it's really, you know, it's the long play on those. So I hope that answered your question a little bit. I probably went off on an entire tangent, Commissioner Smith, but I hope that answered why on this one we weren't asked by the company to bring in.
No, Mr. Enzi, I appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
I have a quick question on that. The bank loan, is there a commitment from the bank, or is this a chicken and the egg thing between the loan grant and the bank loan?
You want to hit the
Yeah, so we do have a soft letter of commitment from Platte Valley Bank, and I don't think they would mind me saying that, for the 25 million that was noted in the sources and uses. And so depending on cash investments, that kind of loan scenario, there is that little bit of a gap that was identified, $2 to $3 million that could come from the bank loan. It could come from cash. It could come from investment, but we do have a soft commitment.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair.
So Kyle, thanks for being here. And on my question would be, first of all, I think Wyotech received a loan in some years past from the state of Wyoming. Could you speak about the status of that loan?
Sure.
And then in addition, just in general, how you see servicing that plus this plus Platte Valley?
Sure. Yeah. So when Jim Mathis came back and put the ownership group together to buy the campus and operate, and again, you know, just a quick reminder, back then in 2018, it was 12 students and 12 employees. So we've come from 12 students to 1,200. But the Wyoming Business Council did put forth a $5 million loan that was helped for that purchase. There's approximately $3 million remaining on that loan. And the terms of that loan was for that to be a lump sum payment this year, which we're fully capable and prepared to make. But as part of these conversations with the business council, one request that we made was to spread those loan payments back out over the remainder of the 10-year term, so that we wouldn't be making the full $3 million payment. We'd spread that out to the remainder of a 10-year term, make a smaller payment, and then deploy that capital towards this project. So that is kind of in the works with what we've got in terms of that original 5 million. And then in terms of the rest of servicing the debt with the 25 million, 30 million, 5 million, 5 million. Our projections for this current year are close to $50 million in revenue. When we add this building and look 3 years in the future, it would be closer to 75 million. And so we've run those numbers and are very comfortable with the debt service that's required.
Thank you. Anything else?
Mr. Locken, oh, go ahead, Joe. I just wanted to ask a follow-up to my previous question. But go ahead if you want.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I do want to follow up on the co-chair's question. President Morris, first, thanks for being here, and thanks, congratulations on all the success between what you've done, what Jim has done. I mean, it's the journey you've been on has been nothing short of exceptional. And so fully in support of Wyotech and love what you're doing and doing from an economic development standpoint. So thank you for that. I do want to just go a little bit further though. So as you recall, wasn't that long ago, for-profit private education actually found itself in a lot of challenges across the U.S. Rapid growth, significant extension based on student enrollment projections, and that led to all kinds of financial challenges. And then, of course, we had the changes with the federal government's expectations. Help assure the council that you've looked forward at the shifting sands and feel confident that we're not just doing the same thing. We're adding on what could be, so the existing loan, the new loan here, possibly debt service on residence halls or housing to get that. At the same time, we've got this direction in Congress or in DC that's likely going to put pressure on many programs to cut discretionary funding. Two of the big ones for education, Pell Grant and the loan program. So help us feel assured that the risk we're taking by making the investment isn't going to come back on us because we see the enrollment projections not hit where they are. So tell us about your modeling, what you've done, how you've explored your ability to capture a larger market share. Just make us feel better about that risk we might be taking.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, and appreciate the kind words and appreciate the partnership too. For those that don't know, one of the big reasons that Wyotech still exists is LCCC and Joe put together kind of a coalition task force to build Wyotech back up and find pathways and opportunities. And so we're always grateful for your support. Yeah, in terms of some of those things. So one, yeah, the kind of national climate that you're talking about there's two parts of that. So one is some of the student loan, Pell Grant kind of things coming under attack in terms of too much money going out, people not being able to repay their debts. To stop right at that part, our students do repay their debts, and so we have no issues in terms of default rates and in terms of some of the borrower defense stuff that's been coming out. Now, how that's enacted and how far people take it, everybody's got their own prediction on that. But we are very comfortable with the outcomes of our students and their ability to repay. So we've had some conversations with independent financiers and things like that. So there's a group that was called Mia Share. They just rebranded, that's out of Jackson, and we work with Meritize. We work with several other companies, and we work with industry that's given us some pretty big signs of support. And I'll give you one example. Waste Connections, which is a massive company. I think they have 30,000 employees or something like that. They're a garbage disposal company. They have a partnership with Wyotech where they've finance the entirety of any of their employees' dependents that want to come to WyoTech. They pay the entire tuition, the entire housing. And I think we have approximately 40 students enrolled that are in that program right now. And then they guarantee employment back with Waste Connections for 2 to 3 years after they graduate from WyoTech. So we've had a lot of conversations with industry. We know, if something happens in that student loan environment, our opinion is that there's going to be a pretty big opportunity for some other lenders to come in and fill those gaps. And our opinion is that, and our results are that our students are going to be able to repay those loans with those opportunities. Remind me of the second part. I rambled too much on the first part.
No, thank you, President Morris. Really just thinking more about your projections and confidence that you'll essentially be able to continue grabbing a larger market share at the same trajectory that you currently are doing.
Yeah, and that was the other part that I wanted to hit on. So appreciate that. But we have 34 admissions reps. So we have 2 on campus. We have 1 in Wyoming, some regionals. We've sat on that number and let those admissions reps grow our population for the last couple of years without any aggressive expansion in our admissions. And so again, with the demand that we see from the industry, with the demand and the growth that we've seen in those territories, the model that we have for marketing and admissions, we're very, very confident that if we hire 10 more admissions reps that follow our model, that go build an admissions territory, there's not a problem to find more students because the industry is starving, there's students need. And then again, I think as we've all seen the flip side of the student loans potentially not being funded, those things, is that the trades are getting a lot of respect right now. The trades are getting a lot of momentum right now. And so some of those same conversations where we're talking about student loan debt and funding, you're hearing a lot of those conversations saying, how do we support the trades and how do we support some of these schools that offer that training too? So the demand is there. The opportunity for us to expand into territories is there. We're in approximately 20 states. And so there is a bunch of territory out there with students that need training that's ripe for us to expand into.
Hey, Mark, I'm a follow-up on that.
Please, Mr. Durrell.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Kyle, thanks for being here and appreciate the projections and obviously, just want to add maybe not a +1, but a +10 to what WyoTech has done for the state and how you've recovered. And I think that says a lot. That's a huge thing for our state for sure. But I think what I would like to do is kind of follow along Dr. Schaefer's comments about not just your projections, but maybe in your modeling, was there a break-even point? So let's say you've said, hey, we're going to add 1,000 more students, and that's going to create this great thing, and we'll be able to run like that. But in any of those models, you always have this break-even point, right? So is it 300 more students will allow you to service the debt and keep that asset going as you build? Is it 500 students? Where is that break-even point, the floor?
Yeah, and I'm not going to tell you that I have the exact number, but it's approximately 200 students. When in year 3, the model that we show in year 3, again, with, in my opinion, fairly conservative estimates to get us to a start of 400 students by 3 years down the road. We'd be doing on the EBITDA line, something in the high 20s or low 30s, even in year 3. So yeah, once we get, and I honestly think it's probably closer to 150. I'd have to go back and look, but somewhere in that 200 range, we're breaking even.
Okay, that helps me a lot. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. So I would just like to take a moment and go through just a bit of history. The Mathises and the Browns have been family friends for a long time, and I clearly recall when the opportunity was presented to Jim, and his family, about purchasing a school that had 12 students and 12 employees, I believe, also. And the number was in the millions, and of course and further, the projections were going to be that it was going to be 24, 30, 36 months before you would break even, and that number was $2 or $2.5, $3 million, something like that, out of pocket. So it was maybe not the best financial decision, but it certainly was a courageous one, and we are all the beneficiaries. The state of Wyoming is, and having spent my lifetime in the equipment business, I'm just here to say that the support that you have received from not only retailers, but Waste Connection, those people, but also manufacturers, whether it's Peterbilt or Kenworth or New Holland or Deere or whomever, you have just built such a sterling reputation with them that just comes back time and time and again. And further, if you will, the WyoTech flag or the WyoTech brand is growing, is nationwide, and I think that as that continues, you will just have no issue with filling those new rooms. Admittedly, the dorm situation is an issue, and will need to be addressed. But I of course supported the first decision and wholeheartedly support this one as well. It's a great thing for the state, for the students, and for economic development, if you will. And we're talking about 100 new jobs. Yeah, right. So anyway, thank you for allowing me just a moment to step back in history.
Thanks, Chuck. I appreciate that, the history lesson. I think it's important for us to look back, and maybe I could just ask, could you refresh the different trades that you offer? I know I took a great tour. It was beautiful, but just, I know Noel mentioned it, but just tell me again what you're offering.
Yeah, absolutely. So our programs are 9 months. So our students are going to school 8 hours a day, 5 days a week for 9 months, and then they're out there into the workforce. And just a quick detour to kind of piggyback off, I saw you looking at the letters of support. But again, another thing, just again, to reiterate the demand and the outcomes and the support, we do quarterly career fairs, and our last career fair, we had 104 employers. We basically have 100 employers every single career fair, and we're full. Those employers are paying their own way to Laramie, Wyoming from all across the country to recruit our students. And they buy room sponsorships, they donate equipment, and so again, just to speak to the hunger in the industry and the partnership and some of those things that we've developed, it's out there, and it's strong, and it's kind of leading the way. And so again, I lost my train of thought again.
The different areas of
oh yes, sorry.
That's okay.
So we offer 4 core program areas. So diesel, automotive, collision refinishing, and welding. And so each of our students picks one of those tracks, either collision, automotive, diesel, or welding. And then we have 6 specialty courses, which are kind of the passion programs that students could take. So chassis fabrication, high performance powertrains. We mentioned the applied service management program. And so that program is where students can get an associate's degree. So they can walk out of WyoTech in 9 months with hands-on training and an associate's degree. Trim and upholstery, advanced diesel. And so students pick a combination of that core area with one of the specialty programs, and then they graduate in 9 months. And some students will stick around and do 12 months, 15 months. Some of our VA students will stick around and do everything. They'll take every single class, but it's really up to them. The vast majority are going to do one core area, one specialty, 9 months, and then graduate and get out into the workforce.
Great. Thank you. I can tell you that I've become an unwilling HVAC tech, plumber, and electrician because nobody will show up.
Yeah, there's a shortage.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So this morning, Dr. Schaefer forwarded on a Harvard Growth Lab publication, which is entitled "How Wyoming's Exodus of Young Adults Holds Back Economic Diversification." And of course, with 98% inflow from out of state and 98% outflow, it sort of makes sense. They're coming in, they're getting trained, and they're heading back to where they were. I'd guess you know that much better than I do. With the potential investment of $5 million in loan funds and $5 million in grant funds, one of our charges is to implement the Growth Lab philosophy. And so part of that is addressing these constraints. And if we're going to invest those dollars, part of the return is financial, but also part of the return is growing our economy, diversifying it. And that means retaining young people here and attracting others. Can you talk to me about how you all look at that as WyoTech and how we should look at that from a deployment of our assets to train up brilliant people, but that go, I mean, I love the thought of the 100 jobs, but I hate the thought of losing those brilliant young minds who we desperately need. And if we're going to build this place, I'd love to retain them here. So I'd really be interested in your local retention efforts.
Yeah. No, I think it's a great question. It's a great thought. And it's something that we at WyoTech are super supportive of the idea and the concept of, to me, like we said, it's 93% that come out of state, 93% that go back out of state. That's a fact. That's how it happens. And that's because a few things. I mean, some of it is just you come from California, you want to go back to California, you find a good job. That's going to be how it is, unless somebody blows you out of the water with some kind of an offer. To me, that 93% represents a great opportunity for us as a state. And I think one of the lessons that we learn from our career fairs, from Waste Connections, from some of these other partners, is that it's a competition. And so we have 100 employers that show up quarterly for career fairs, and they find out really quickly that if they just show up and put a tablecloth on their table and say, "Here I am," they're probably not going to get the top graduates that everybody's after. It's just not going to happen. Like, so our companies like Waste Connections said, "Hey, we want all of your top graduates." And that's a pretty good effort to get there when you're devoting those kinds of resources. We have other companies that are donating equipment that has their name plastered over it. We have people buying wall space and classroom space. Our employers find out real quick if I offer tool reimbursement, if I offer tuition reimbursement, if I offer all of these different things, students are going to give me a little bit longer look. And so to me, lessons learned, from us at WyoTech, for us as a state, is we could look at that as an opportunity. I have, 1,000 students that are graduating that potentially could stick around and help Wyoming with some of its goals and some of its workforce issues. And so what are we doing as a state? What are Wyoming companies doing, you know, what can we all partner with to work together? And we're happy to be part of those conversations. We've had some conversations. You know, is there a program out there that's similar to the nursing or healthcare program, where if a student sticks around and works in the state for a couple of years, similar to Waste Connections, that the state is repaying some of that, or, you know, the companies get incentives to help repay some of that. To me, that would be what we see, is in order for us to retain, us as a state, to retain more of those students, it's a competition, and we've got to make it more attractive to them than just going back to Texas or going back to California to their comfort zone.
Mr. Enzi sneaking up on you.
Just to follow up on what Kyle said and what WyoTech does, you know, as an educational institution, their job is to generate the product. As a local economic development agency, I can tell you I'm at pretty much every career fair and handing out my card and saying, why don't you move to Wyoming? A couple of factors that go on top of just that competitive nature.
There's such a vacuum in this industry right now that people are willing to pay these kids to go to school. Kids are super excited about trades. They're a very vibrant, active. Kyle always offers up volunteers when we're doing community things. You know, they're active in every way in town. But what you're looking at is the regional nature of this business. If you own the John Deere hub in Mid-America, that's where you have to put your people. So they're kind of off our recruitment table. But we've talked to RV manufacturer at one point as the local EDA before everything got screwed up with COVID. We talked to the new Ford Bronco was getting ready to launch, and the super modification of that, the kind of their, I think they call it EVO, extreme vehicle operation. We talked to them about coming into Laramie, and then their supply chain got so disrupted that went to the side. So we're actively working both with council staff on how do we implement strategies to capitalize on this workforce. But I think the two things, that competitive nature, like the companies we recruit are going to have to be ready to pay. And that's one of the things we look at anytime we work with a company in Laramie. You'll see that the average wage is 55% higher. We don't even bother if you're not going to move our median wage. Right. And we have to start being aggressive to that Harvard growth strategy. We have to, as a state, at the local level of your EDOs, have to start saying that's not good enough. You have to come into our community and move the bubble. And then when we move the bubble, we can backfill into those companies that are in this niche. And I don't even think you can call it a niche. The need is so big, you know, into this mass vacuum. And we try to pull those companies in that have maybe a manufacturing component, you know, really we look at, try to get with the manufacturers. Like, I can't move where people's trash starts. So Waste Connection is going to have to come to us, not to them. So those are some of the ways that we try to partner. And on a normal day, you know, they fill every hotel room in town for that, for their career fair. They also fill it every day. Every room gets filled for the startup day and every time for the graduation day. So there's another economic stream that comes in via a room tax with WyoTech too. But we're out actively trying to, you know, build. How do you build when there's that big a vacuum? How do you start building that strategy to create a cluster around the workforce created?
Thanks for those comments. Derek.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I do want to circle back around to that funding conversation. So this is more City of Laramie. So you're good. You're good on this one, buddy. So just some back of the napkin math, just using the numbers in the presentation of every student adding approximately 3,500 to the local economy during 9 months. If we look at the 200 student number, using that, you're about $700,000 add to the local economy over 9 months. If you use 300 students, you're over $1 million. So my question with that in mind is a similar question to what I asked LCBA, but to the city. You know, this is a significant increase in revenue to the city in addition to what's already been calculated on here. Why is it also a zero contribution number from the City of Laramie?
Honorable Chair, through you. as this is my first foray into the business council and being the lead on this type of economic development for the city, quite frankly, it was a missed opportunity for the city. We hadn't heard or had the knowledge of about some kind of contribution from the city to that, whether it's against the revenue recapture or the impacts from the community. So as Brad had indicated, we're not going to step away or shy away from simply a miss in that area. We do have economic development funds, and right now, you know, the city's finances are pretty solid, and there is that impact in our community. Now, keep in mind, a lot of that impact doesn't come in the form of revenue to our community, right? It comes in the form of percentages of tax off of those numbers. And oftentimes the expenses that the WildTech students may bring, although it's $3,500 per 9 months, without a tax on groceries or tax on some other areas, very little income of that comes back to the city. But in future grants, we are aware of the need to have some commitment, some skin in the game, and we are ready in future grants to make that application.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Mr. Fieser, I'm going to go a little bit further. First of all, Todd's a wonderful supporter of LCCC. He's served on our advisory board as an ex officio trustee. And so hopefully, because we have that good relationship, I can kind of dig a little deeper on a tougher conversation here. And then you may not want to be my friend afterwards. I don't know. So one of the things we've been really trying to signal to the communities as we look at the state's investment becoming a more and more limited investment, the resources we have available for these types of projects has been looking to invest those where we have willing partners willing to invest in themselves. And so we've actually said no to some projects because of lack of investment. We've certainly pushed back on that. I think everybody around the table, I don't want to speak for them, would look at the wonderful attributes and the growth of Wyotech and say, Wyotech, this project makes a whole lot of sense. I think one of the things many of us are going to grapple with is we've actually said no to projects when communities haven't brought in their share. So I'm going to push you a little bit further and say, so let's say we act, or we say, let's look at this at the next meeting. We don't act right now, but we say, hey, you know, maybe that grant needs to be half of what it is, with the expectation that the other half comes out of the community, with the ability to put that skin in the game. Give us your reaction to that. I hate to put you on the spot, and I'll probably pay for it later. So I'm sorry for that. But that's really what we're trying to do, is be consistent, I think, in our messaging to communities about these projects. And we're asking for communities to demonstrate that they're willing to invest in themselves. And then we're willing to say that we want to be there as well. So that's one of the challenges, I think, what we see with this project, but would appreciate your comment and response to that, Todd.
Absolutely, Chair. To Board Member Schaefer's comments. First off, Joseph, my relationship goes back to when I was here in Cheyenne like 20 years ago. So trust me, no questions he asks is going to ruin that friendship. So we'll be all right. If I read into the question is, first off, being new into this realm and to see that $20 million revenue recapture, one of the first questions I had when I read that is, how do we find that accounting? And my intent is to work with Noel over the next few months to really decipher, where is all that revenue capture? Where did it go? What's happened? So we're learning that. Now, if you're talking about a $2.5 million match from the local community to match a $2.5 million grant, quite frankly, the City of Laramie doesn't have the ability to do that. It's not possible. I know that our reserves look good, but for anybody that's been in Laramie, our reserves are actually dedicated to capital investments to try to provide for housing and road upkeep and some other pieces that are vital to what we're trying to do. One of the things that we've been working about, and one of the big questions I even asked Noel today, was, you know, when we think about that non-zero commitment from the community, what is that non-zero number that is actually the right number when you're talking for a grant of $5 million on a potential $42 million project? How do we find a number that is the right number so that when we come to the business council, quite frankly, I'm not embarrassed by the number that I'm providing, right? And so what we would probably have to do is go back and reevaluate, what is the potential income, as Board Member Smith had indicated? How does it impact our community? What's the benefits? How do we devise all that and decide what's available in a time when right now our state legislature is starting to erode away at what municipalities have for funding sources at the same time? Be a very difficult situation at this point.
Anything else? Mr. Kenyon.
The question would be probably for City of Laramie. Is there infrastructure improvements that need to be made to incorporate this growth? Is it involved in the project already, or is the City of Laramie looking at picking up that tab?
Honorable Chair, through you to Board Member Kenyon. There is no infrastructure growth. We have water and sewer already in the area, and all roads are paved, ingress and egress out of this area. So we don't believe there's going to be a lot of infrastructure impact for this project.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
I would just follow up on what Mr. Feaser was saying, that I've actively worked with my board on how do we start approaching the 1% question, because that's really going to be, you're going to have to generate a new stream of income in these towns to be able to bring the money to the table to play, if that's the thing. It takes, when a rule change happens in my chair, it takes us a few years to kind of make that recourse and set the course differently to do it. The quickest way to answer that, and I've approached it with my board in some high-level discussions, and we're ready to go start talking to the city. And I think we have to start at the county as to how do we get that, how do we start moving that forward? In a time when everybody wants to talk about no tax, to say, I'm willing to stand in the gap for one tax, but I would say that probably within about 5 years, the economic development fund, if you classified it just as that, would be robust enough to be bringing match dollar for dollar to the state or doing something like that. But it's probably a 5-year out kind of horizon after you get a tax in place, would be and that's a super back of the napkin.
Yes, Mr. Lance.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I have a question for Noel. So in the space of revenue recapture, since I'm new, help me understand how granular we look at, or communities look at, telling us their plan for those revenue recapture dollars.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Lance. So when we have an application, we ask the applicant what they have used past revenue recapture plan money for and what they plan to use, if there's any revenue recapture as part of that project, what their plans are for the future. So we do ask that as part of the applications. Some community have much more detailed plans. Some are a little bit more, we want to keep it open for any potential economic opportunities that may arise. So that's how we do it right now. We do have the opportunity and the ability through rules to audit communities' revenue recapture accounts to see where those funds are actually going and to make sure that they aren't doing more than 50% into operations, as that's part of our rules as well.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Committee Chair, maybe this is a question for Mr. Feaser. So Mr. Feaser, I'm trying to understand you said that you're trying to find the economic development funds that you might have received via recapture. And I'm trying to understand how you're trying to find the funds that you just heard about or recently heard about from us. So help me with that, because I mean, that does factor into our recommendation of where those recapture funds should go and why they should come back to the state. The fact that they're mysteriously somewhere. So could you help me with that? And I kind of mean to put you on the spot, because I do think that this is an important component to an investment that we're making.
Honorable Chair, I appreciate the ability to clarify that. I'm fully confident. I know where all the economic development funds that the city retains are. They're in our economic development fund, which Noelle had pointed out in her presentation, has about $1.4 million projected, I believe, in next year. And so I'm aware of that. What the number was to me that I'm not aware of is there's been projected $20 million in revenue recapture funds in Albany County through the committed programs. That's packages that were years and years ago. I'm not sure where that accounting has been. Did it go through our EDO? Did it come to the city? We need to figure that out. I do know for a fact that the city collects its recapture funds that it's been awarded through the percentages and keeps it in an economic development fund. It only spends it on economic development projects. I know for a fact that that's our actual accounting. I just want to verify that number and see how it's attributed. Where did it all come from? What are the numbers? And know going into the future what has actually come into Albany County and how it's been accounted for and how it's been used.
A quick follow-up, if I might, Mr. Committee Chair. So, Mr. Fieser, would you be willing to provide that auditing and assessment at, let's say, our next board meeting or prior to execution of any kind of agreement that we come together? Would you be willing to do that? I just feel like this is such a good opportunity to you know, count what we have and know, and so it's not estimated, and also so that we build a system so that when the actors change, which they usually do, over the course of time in a city, that it's set up so that the next probably not as good version of Todd Fieser steps up. He or she knows what's in the account.
Honorable Chair, through you to Director Durrell. Absolutely, in partnership with the LCBA, we would absolutely be willing to audit all the figures and work with Noel and the investments team to make sure and decide where all that's at and where it's been used, and actually provide some information for the Business Council. Absolutely, we would do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else? Last call. All right. Well, thank you very much. We'll move on to the YBC. What's that? No, I think that shows up at the end, doesn't it? Oh, is it the action? Okay, sorry, because there's just the one. All right. I was jumping the gun. I'm so used to waiting until we get through the very end of all these things, and so apologize for that. Okay, seeing no further discussion, I think I would open it up for if anybody's entertaining motion.
I would certainly move that the Business Council vote on CRC application as presented by staff.
Mr. Brown has moved that we accept the recommendation from the staff. Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by Dr. Schaefer, who beat Cindy to the punch. Thank you. Okay, any discussion on this? Please.
Yep, Mr. Committee Chair. So we've been kind of grappling through the aspects of this as my questions alluded to. I will vote in favor of it, but I want to just go back on the record, and I'm sure that Mr. Fieser and Mr. Enzi heard this. The next Laramie project, Albany County project that comes forward, you should know now what we're looking for and expecting for local skin in the game. And so I just wanted to put that on the record as part of it, but I will be a yes vote on it.
Thank you for that commentary. Any other discussion? Mr. Lance.
Quick question for staff. Noel, how many BRC applications have come from Laramie, did you say?
So total from Albany County.
Albany
was
County, sorry.
29 total BRC, with 12 of those being business committed.
Okay.
And that's for the total time that BRC has been in
Understood.
existence.
Understood. So I guess dovetailing off of what Joe said, and I don't know what the rules have been with the 400 million we've spent to date on all these projects, and not all in Albany County and in Laramie. But I'm struck by the absence of any local match. I understand $41 million in reserves is hard to wrap my mind around, how you can't even carve off $50,000 to kick in. I I can't wrap my mind around the thought of $20 million in revenue recapture, and we don't know where that is. That's troubling to me. And I don't know where I'm on the motion. My preference is to lay this on the table and let them sharpen their pencil and come back at the next meeting. So I would probably at this point be a no, and I will probably be in a wild minority. But I mean, I love the project. I love what Laramie gets from Wyotech. We've invested now multiple times, and we heard this morning our amount of money to allocate is dropping. And in part, it's dropping because we're not showing the results in building that capacity. And we're seeing people come back and back and back. And I think at some point, sincerity is subject to proof. It is a wonderful project. So put your money where your mouth is. You're asking us to put $10 million of our funds at risk functionally, and not a dollar from the locals. And I think they should be given an opportunity to come back to us with a full understanding of where the $20 million has been spent, and an opportunity for them to revisit their application and potentially add some local flavor to the discussion for us to consider. So at present, as it currently sits, I'm a no vote.
Please.
Well, Mr. Lance, I'm glad you at least brought up part of my thoughts. I will say, as this organization, we have been, in my opinion, abundantly clear, especially within the last 6 months to a year, if not longer, about the importance of local contribution into these projects. And that, in my opinion, this is not a surprise that we're coming into this meeting asking, where is the local buy-in? We have asked multiple other communities across the state for their participation in local projects, and have done exactly what Mr. Lance suggested. And in some cases, they haven't come back to us at all. In other cases, they've come back, have had a successful project that we liked in the first place, but we were the only source of funding outside of a bank. Truthfully, that's why I asked those questions. It's difficult for me to look at this. I firmly believe in Wyotech. I firmly believe in what you're doing. I want to see it continue to grow and succeed. But for me, it's very difficult to look at this financially, and where we're trying to build our municipalities, where we're trying to build and empower our local organizations to take control of their own fate. And currently what we get is an ask, give us the money, we're not putting in anything. That's a pretty hard ask for me when we've had this same discussion before with other groups.
Thank you. Ms. Grinnell, please.
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, we do have a question from Mr. Pivik on the line.
Thank you very much, guys. I know I'm new to this, and I will probably abstain from the vote just because I'm not song and versed in this, but I do want to tell you that I feel that 2% interest is not enough. We should at least get 1/2 of the federal rate, which is 4.33% today. I have several friends that have their children in Wyotech today. I think it's a very good organization, but at this stage of the game, I just want to let you know I will abstain from the vote because I don't feel I can be a viable vote for this since I'm so new.
Thank you. I just have a quick question because I have no idea what if time is of the essence, and maybe this question is really maybe for you, Amy, is if we ran into some headwinds on getting this approved and we wanted to take a look at perhaps a modification of the project, is it unrealistic to have a special board meeting if time is an issue?
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, a special meeting can be called by the co-chair and working with the staff.
Are you saying I have the power, huh? Wow. Okay, I was just curious because there's some resistance that's popping up. Yes, Dr. Schaefer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. That's a question I have maybe for you, Ms. Grenfell, or you know. So walk us through, we are a recommending body to the SLIB, correct? So once our action today, act, not act, say, let's think about it a little bit long. I'm intrigued by Mr. Lance's recommendation. Does that delay it going to the SLIB? Does it go to the SLIB regardless? Help us understand what, if we're required to act today, and if not, if we do a special meeting, how much time is there before it would have to get before the State Loan Investment Board?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Dr. Schaefer. So the next SLIB meeting would be the first part of April. So to get before the next one, we would have to do a special board meeting fairly quickly. As per the rules, and I'll probably ask Ms. Grenfell to help me here too, I believe if the project gets tabled today, it doesn't necessarily have to go to the April board meeting, but we could then take it to our May board meeting and then to the June SLIB. However, I think if a recommendation is voted on, whether that's to fund or not to fund, it should go to the April SLIB meeting on whatever that recommendation is. Does that feel correct, Ms. Grenfell?
Ms. Reed, that does feel correct to me. We also have our legal counsel in the room, Mr. Devin Kenny, if we need to ask any more specific questions.
The bus.
Mr. Lance.
So I guess a question, and again, I want to reiterate, I love the project. If we were to delay it, what is the net effect to Wyotech? If we delay the decision and it pushes you to June for the SLIB decision?
Yeah, so the timeline that we're operating off right now would put this project opening in fall of 2026, correct? Yeah, so fall of 2026, I'm getting my 26 and my 27. That's kind of our prime recruiting time. And so that's the ideal time. When we get into a January or an April start, those numbers are typically much smaller. So it would challenge some of the projections that we've put together. It would change some of the numbers that have gone into what we've presented.
Okay, any other discussion?
So, Mr. Committee Chair, I appreciate the comments down here, especially in the corner, in terms of the local involvement and the community's involvement in terms of funding the project. Some of the things that I'm also thinking about, which would, as the motion stands on the floor right now, I would be a yes. And one of those things that's factoring into my mind is the recapture. And as we're evolving with that recapture, and we have, in this case, an 80%, potentially up to 100% back to the state, and likely pressure, as you heard yesterday, in terms of that recapture rate back to the state. It doesn't negate the importance of the community's involvement, but it's just a factor in my mind. So when I wrap all those things together, that's where I stand.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Ms. Atkinson.
I would like to postpone, but then have a special board meeting so that if the city can get us some information, we can move on it quickly and not hold up the project. I too support Wyotech, but I agree with the voices over here that it would be nice if the city could step up.
So right now, we do have a motion and a second to accept the recommendation. We would have to take a vote on that unless there's some friendly amendment or anything like that that's going forward. So.
And Mr. Committee Chair, I believe Mr. Brown would have to likely withdraw his motion unless there was a friendly amendment. Yeah.
No pressure, but that's true. Got to keep me straight on this Robert's rules. I got a little sideways not too long ago. So,
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Johnson.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to say one of the things
that we're not taking into account is that how many times a year they have these, what did you call them?
Job fairs.
The job fairs, and how many people from out of town that brings. I mean, J.I. Case Company, I think some of your students went to the J.I. Case Company, and maybe Ford, tractors, etc. Heavy equipment mechanics are hired by them. And the people in Wyoming really want to see that happen. I mean, I know the discussions, my husband's a heavy equipment mechanic and teaches that. So I hear it all the time that we need to grow that. Not from me, but from family members. And I think it's important. I am sorry the city didn't put some more money in. That's unfortunate. But I can see the real value in doing this private sector growth. And so I think we should maybe vote on Chuck Brown's nomination here and suggestion, and then see where we stand. And yes, maybe we do have to put it off, but I would not like to put it off more than just a couple weeks to, give them a chance to say yay or nay. But if they say nay, they can't do it this time, but they'll do it next time, put more money in the game. I don't want to hold up the project just because of that. And they say they'll make sure they put it in next time. And Albany County is a hot spot for projects, and it's a part of the state that should be growing. And so I would like to just kind of put that thought on the table.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Ms. Granfeld.
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, we do have a member of staff that actually would like to speak, Mr. John Wendling.
Thanks, Amy. Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, members of the board, thank you very much. I just wanted to take the opportunity to come up here and clarify one thing. The City of Laramie, we worked with them early on about their match. And the loan is considered their match, and we directed them that way. So a lot of the conversation is going, what does Laramie put in? We directed them with that information, I guess. So I wanted to make sure that was clear. That was the way we directed the City of Laramie. So they felt like they had a contribution to the project. So thank you.
Thanks, John.
Appreciate it.
Stitch up that wound after falling on your sword. No, thanks for the clarification. I appreciate that. Any other discussions? I'm gonna give these two here. Okay, I think seeing none, we'll do a roll, correct, Amy? We'll do a roll call vote. All right.
Yes, that's
Okay.
per BRC rule.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I will start with Mr. Arns.
Yes.
Ms. Atkinson,
No.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. Harvey is excused. Ms. Johnson, Mr. Kenyon,
Yes.
Mr. Lance,
No.
Mr. Law,
Yes.
Mr. Pivik,
I abstain.
Dr. Schaefer,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
In light of Mr. Durrell and Mr. Wendling's comments, yes.
and Ms. Tomasi.
Yes.
So Mr. Committee Chair and Mr. Co-Chair, you have Sorry, we're doing quick math here.
I think we,
Am I missing no? Mr. Smith, you were a yes. correct? I would just want to go ahead and clarify the votes if that's okay. Mr. Arns, I have you as a yes. Ms. Atkinson, a no. Mr. Brown, a yes.
Correct.
Ms. Johnson, a yes. Mr. Kenyon, a yes.
Yes.
Mr. Lance, no. Is that correct? Thank you. Mr. Law, a yes. Mr. Pivik did abstain. Dr. Schaefer was a yes. Mr. Smith, a yes. And Ms. Tomasi, a yes. Perfect. Mr. Co-Chair and Mr. Committee Chair, we have 8 yes, 2 no. Motion does pass.
motion passes. Thank you. Thank you for the good discussion and yeah, we'll move on. Thank you, Noel.
Is it appropriate to say thank you? We appreciate your support.
Of course it's.
Yes, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Committee Chair. Noel's gone. Maybe Mr. Durrell, when we get the audit of the revenue recapture, could we get that quickly, please? I'd like to have that number. That's a lot of money to sit out there and not know what's going on.
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Lance, thank you for asking for that quickly. I think as these gentlemen leave the room, they're probably already working on it.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move on to the portfolio report.
Well, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, today we are actually coming to you with a staff recommendation for approval. I was going to back it up just real quick, a quick sort of recap and history of what SSBCI is for people who are, still don't know all the technicalities, because there are a bunch. We typically ask people not to worry about them too much, but it's certainly relevant here. Through our SSBCI allocation, our jurisdiction was not granted but awarded $58.4 million for our program because of the way that they structure some of their incentives. That $58.4 million is broken up into 3 different tranches. The tranches are 34%, 33%, 33%. And then subsequently of each of those tranches, we have a admin percentage to help run the program. The admin is 5%, 3%, 3%. So 3 tranches, primarily capital that we invest under our planned guidelines, that is triggered as we invest that capital over time. So each tranche, you are given 3 years to deploy that capital. If we don't deploy it or don't deploy at least 80% of it, it is deobligated, and subsequently other tranches are deobligated at equal amounts. Fortunately, we have good news today where we did successfully deploy over 80% of our first tranche. In fact, we are above 90%. And we worked with the U.S. Treasury team to work through our additional tranche request. It was not an audit, but it was relatively similar, where they did a lot of sampling across all of the records that we keep, things that you are all familiar with, conflict of interest checks, the various contracts that we do sign, the proof that the money did go where we said it was going to go. And as of just a few hours ago, we were notified that the second tranche is en route to our bank account. So it's been a lot of hard work, and it's thanks to the entire team. We've rallied to get it done. So today's action item is the staff recommendation that subsequent to traditional rules, every contract above $100,000 needs to be approved. The first go around, Bert actually drove this same request. So rules have not, our internal rules, treasury rules, our strategy, the way that we're implementing our due diligence processes are not changing. This is just a new portion of money, the second tranche of hopefully 3. And our request is to accept the exception to the $100,000 contract limit.
Well, congratulations. That's amazing. And I think the number of companies that we have invested in is tremendous. When you first started, I think we thought maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3, but I look at the numbers and I think you folks have done a fabulous job. But could you tell me the timeline? I know I should know this, but the timeline of when all 3 tranches have to be used.
Yeah, so the timeline is roughly, well, it is 3-year buckets, although the years are a little misaligned in total, where the program ends in 2029, and we didn't actually start the program until the beginning of 2023. The conditions of the funding and the rules around them do not change, but it is a program is set through 2029 at the moment.
Anything else? Well, great. Well, I'd entertain a motion to accept the staff recommendation to arm the mailbox as it is.
So moved, Mr. Law.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Great. Well, that wraps up the investments group, and we're about 10 minutes ahead. Oh, Kickstart, sorry. Man, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Well, he told me that I slipped something in but he put it in the middle. So I was used to it being at the end, and I just fell apart. So we're just going to be on time is all.
Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, members of the board, it's lovely to see everybody in person. This is the first time I've been here in person and I'm enjoying myself. So I am Brittany Faulkner. That's a great point. I should introduce myself, seeing as it is my first time in person. I am Brittany Faulkner, the Startup Grants Manager. I am located in Powell, but more than happy to join everybody down here. So it's been a great time. We're here to give an update to the Kickstart grant as it stands at the end of, well, I guess this week. Yep. Before we get started, just a quick refresher to level set, make sure everybody understands what the Kickstart grant is. It was relaunched in mid-November to fill an identified gap in the Wyoming high growth startup ecosystem. The program is intended to support startups to overcome their initial barriers to growth so that they can continue on to develop their ideas, eventually get additional investment funding from other investors, maybe even YBC, continue to grow and create roots in the state of Wyoming and add some jobs and grow the economy that way. And a couple other things I wanted to point out before we get going on the presentation. There are funds dollar amount showing on these slides. We were hopeful that we would have had approval by today to make these like, yes, these are the dollars that were awarded. However, we do not have that approval yet. So just know that those are the funds that we requested, but we are still waiting on official approval. And then when the funds are approved, each individual company will receive an individual contract. Not all the funds will be dispersed together. Okay. So to kind of go over the process of how we got to where we are today, the applications opened in mid-November. We did a very soft launch. It was very quiet. Even still, we had 16 companies apply, which I thought was fantastic. Internally, we reviewed each application and narrowed the pool down to 5 companies. Those 5 companies were allowed to present virtually, have a virtual pitch day to a panel of 3 investors and WBC partners. Those panelists then determined the final 3. So those 3 finalists are the ones that we're going to be reviewing today. The fund amounts were determined through a WBC board Q&A session. So we sat down with each company for 25 minutes and got into some more of the nitty-gritty details of their idea and their growth and their businesses. So the first company we'd like to highlight is Ag Innovations, Shonda Otwell. She is based in Oshodo and has a long history of cattle and ranching. Their product, the Water Rippler, is an innovative approach to stock tank water management through ice, algae, and insect mitigation while reducing costs and increasing flexibility of use on the ranch. Ag Innovations has released a small number of units to pre-sale customers, and with their funds, they will work towards large-scale production, which will then lead to increased production. Ing Outdoors, Zach Rocklin. Zach started Ing Outdoors from his home in the Jackson area after experiencing an eventful river rafting trip. Sorry, that was a tongue twister. A few years ago, Zach realized that there was a gap in the adventure trip space and decided to use his experience in project management and coding to tackle it. Ing Outdoors is an app geared towards creating a single location for all trip planning needs, including schedules, gear needs, maps, member chats, and photo sharing. These funds will go towards continued development of the software through the alpha release, which he is actually in the middle of right now, and into his beta refinement and beta testing. He also intends to use some of these funds to do his first marketing campaign. Okay, and last is Botany, also known as Root to Shoot. He is actually in the middle of a name change, so that's why there's 2 names up there. Nathan Roma. He is a recent graduate from University of Wyoming and realized that Wyoming was in a disadvantaged location to receive fresh quality produce. From his schooling, he felt that indoor controlled environment farming was the answer. Starting his own microgreens facility in Sheridan, Nathan has not only been growing green produce, but also making many, many connections throughout the state. In fact, he has generated so much interest in his products that he can no longer meet the demand and is expanding his operations. These funds will go towards that expansions into a new facility, as well as his attempting to obtain federal food certification so he can expand outside the borders of Wyoming with his product. And those are our 3 award winners, hopefully, once we get approval for this quarter. Going forward, we are reopening our applications for our next round. They will be open March 1st through March 31st. And this will be a more complete launch, a more full launch. We'll have some, I'm working with Amy Quick to get some marketing materials out there so we can get the word spread throughout the state. We're also gathering feedback from the applicants and partners from this round so that I can continue to improve and refine and develop the program to better suit the needs of the state. Happy to take any questions.
Hi, Brittany. It's nice to have you here. Do we award the total amount? I see that some of the, like the winner of the Energy Capital Startup Challenge in Gillette, do we partner with them for the awards, or do we give the total amount?
That is a great question, Ms. Tomasi, Mr. Committee Chair. We only award the 50,000 indicated at the top. I included the challenges that these participants were winners of, as that is a critical qualifying component for our program. Each of the people that apply are required to have competed in a pitch competition or some other business development event. And I wanted to make sure that was highlighted in this case.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions for Brittany? Josh?
Mr. Committee Chair, maybe not a question for Brittany, but maybe also a little bit of a clarification on Kickstart. It's possible that many of you would know about it through committee work or through hearing about it. But in terms of seeing these projects, Kickstart hasn't been around. In fact, I don't think it's been around for anybody that's still on this board. So I just wanted to give everybody a quick overview that the Kickstart is part of the Endow funds that live in the governor's office. And so, as Brittany mentioned, we don't have full approval to utilize these funds as of yet, but we wanted to make sure that at least the winners you were notified and that you knew what was going to be happening. But we'll be getting final approval from the governor's office as those funds do live there. I also want to just say thanks for reinvigorating a program that hasn't been around for a while and doing it in that kind of that soft launch, and then now it's a much more formal launch. It is also important to note that as Dr. Schaefer has mentioned in a number of his talks, this idea of entrepreneurship and how do we encourage new business starts to make sure that we're understanding this whole an ecosystem gets overused for sure, but it is that. And so I just want to mention that this does work to potentially fill a gap that we think exists today. And that folks like Taylor Vignaroli and Jill Tragimba are also working on this whole R&D sector and how do we commercialize businesses and grow them here. And it also fits in obviously with what's going on at the community college level and within UW. So I think that's just an important thing to note, that this is it's an old program, but it's new because most of us weren't around when it was kicked off to begin with. And so I just appreciate that. And I wanted to make sure everybody had a little bit of background there.
Thanks, Josh. I have a question. So, working with all the energetic, dreaming entrepreneurs, does it give you energy or is it exhausting? Yes, right? No,
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Frazier. I'm laughing, and Bert probably knows why I'm laughing. That question is applicable in more ways than you know. My husband is an entrepreneur, and so this space is actually very familiar to me. There are days where I'm like, yes, this is really exciting. And there are days where I'm like, I just need to go take a nap. Thanks.
I think that's what my wife went through too. So, anyway, well, it's exciting to have you do this, and I love it. I just love all that stuff. So
thank you.
Any other questions? Dr. Schaefer.
Yeah, Mr. Committee Chair, just more of a kudos to say this is fantastic. I know there's bigger risk with entrepreneurs. It is that we're testing, a hypothesis here to do that. But I can't help but think if places like Wyoming invested a fraction of what we do in business recruitment incentives and things like that into those folks that are already here, who want to be here, have good ideas, and help them, the long game there for shifts and changes to our overall economic structure is huge. So it's a risk. We're trying to figure that out, but I just think this is great. And these are 3 working examples of some folks and some things we want to invest in. And I think we need to do more of this. So thank you for bringing it to us.
Thank you.
Mr. Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Lance.
So I think this is fantastic. And so in terms of the program, Brittany, tell me, so that the awards are 50,000, is that the cap? And can you take me inside the WBC process a little bit to how you discerned that these were the top 3? And my other comment, and then I won't ask any more questions. I love the demographic split here. Not that we're into DEI or anything like that, but I love the fact that these are young people who are choosing to stay here and in very diverse locations. We have the conspicuous actor from Jackson, which is wonderful, but then you have others in Gillette and Oshodo. I mean, that's just phenomenal. And I think Joe and I have talked a lot about this notion of entrepreneurship and developing entrepreneurs, and it's tough work. So I'm really curious as to how you all looked at the myriad applications when you think about the personalities involved. It does become myriad, and the process to select these three.
That's a great question, Mr. Lance, Mr. Committee Chair. So to answer your first question, the 50,000 is the max award that we can give at one time. Per company, there is a cap at 75,000 over the lifetime of the company. The companies that are awarded today are welcome to reapply for that remaining 25 in 12 months. I believe they have to wait 12 months before they can reapply, should they choose to do so. To answer your next question, that was probably the most fun part of this whole process, is determining how to create a level playing field when there really isn't one. We had applications from so many different industries and so many different phases of the businesses. It was really interesting to try and find that spot to start. To take it down to the very nitty gritty, of course, the very first place that we started was the very basics. I went through every application and made sure that they were even qualified. Did they meet the original parameters of the program? And if that was a yes, then we put them into a big old spreadsheet, and I put all of the data across. They had to submit videos of their pitches, pitch decks, projected budgets of use of funds, employee growth matrix. We required a lot of these companies when they applied, and I put it all in one big spreadsheet, and then I sent it to 5 or 6 of my team members in the WBC and had them score each of the companies. And so we compiled that score to get the top 5. And then we did something very similar with the judging panel. I gave everybody the information, they did their pitches, and then we had them score, and the top 3 is what came through to the final.
Great. I got to put a shameless plug in though. He's from Sheridan. He won in Gillette.
Took the money and went back.
Anything else? Good stuff.
Mr. Chair, Chair.
Please.
So, Brittany,
Yes.
just remind these young people, this is an absolute gift. And always, some of the fragrance of the gift remains on the hand of the giver. So tell them what great people we all are. Okay.
Thanks for that wisdom, Chuck. Anything else before? Oh, yeah, please.
I do have a question, just on the history of the program. Did Impact 307 used to run these funds? That was different. Okay, thank you.
That was a different program.
Thanks for that clarification. Anything else? Well, I'd entertain a motion that we accept the staff's recommendation. We don't have to do that? Okay, because you said, I heard you said. Okay. I thought, well, I heard you say briefly for a minute that if they get it or something, but I guess those funds are encumbered until they are released. Is that the deal? Okay. All right. That's clear. Very good. Well, that wraps it. Thank you very much for your time. Now we'll move on to strategy. Mr. Strategy.
And we will do our best to keep the wheels on and moving in an expeditious manner towards the end of the meeting. First thing before I hand it off to Sarah real quick, I do want to acknowledge on the committee chair side, all of the committee and all the staff involved with the strategy committee this year. We took a completely different approach than what's been taken before, really shook everything up, had increased meeting expectations, both of staff and of the board. And I am super happy to say that everybody stepped up, and the results that we got out of that were even far and away beyond what Sarah and I thought we would get out of it. So I just want to thank everybody for the grace and the time to pursue the new ideas, and especially Sarah for leading the charge. So with that, I will hand it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair and Mr. Co-Chair. Apologies for my voice. I'm totally fine. I feel great, so don't feel sorry for me, but I know I don't sound great. And the committee chair has volunteered to pitch in if I stumble. But also, before I get going, I want to also extend my thanks to Mr. Smith for his leadership in changing the way that we looked at the strategy committee this year. We, as he said, we increased our meeting cadence. We made sure that we were working together, collaborating, sort of walking the walk that that we've been discussing today that we want communities to do. So thank you for that, Mr. Smith. Okay. All right. So what have we done this year? We've done well, and this goes back a little bit before this year. But this is just a few of the things that we're proud of. As you know, and as Josh spoke about this morning, we've changed the way that we make BRC decisions. We've also added, and there's been a lot of talk about the most recent Growth Lab report today. We've added a lot of rigor to our understanding of the challenges that we face as a state to understand more deeply what causes those. We've also tackled the hard problems by building teams. Amber spoke beautifully about that, and we've done that in other venues with our Building State Capabilities groups as well. We've built relationships with key decision makers. And again, thanks to Derek's leadership, we've really focused in the strategy committee this year on building relationships with the 5 statewide elected officials, and really understanding what their priorities are when they're making decisions at the SLIB level. And I think we saw yesterday in the panel how that just how that dynamic has changed and how the collaboration really has grown there as well. We also have done a better job of understanding priorities of people who care. So we've been able, through the work of A2A, through the work of SLIB that we've been doing with SLIB members, through the work that we've been doing with the Harvard Growth Lab, really dug into not what we care about, because we have some intuition, we have a lot of data that tells us what we care about at the state level, but we've also really focused on understanding what do people care about at the local level, and have been able to use that as entry points to start dialogues with them. Through all of this, and this is a very conservative low number, we have deeply engaged more than 150 local leaders. And that number is simply through our kind of formal programs. So through A2A, through Building State Capabilities. So that means that those 150 people over the last several years have committed to dedicating at least about 8 hours a week for at least 10 weeks to a problem on economic development that matters to them at the local level. So when we talk about this team of thousands, we are starting to build that in a very, very real way. And if you just think about how many people each of you knows in your communities, and we do this very purposefully through our processes of engaging others, that ripple effect that we are starting with those 150 people is growing. And I think you see that in communities across the state. I wanted to just talk about a couple specific examples of where we are learning through action. We have an approach of continuously learning. Josh spoke today about the sort of high level experiments that we continue to take. This is a snapshot of where we are in the experiments that we are working on in a couple of our areas of work, specifically in childcare and in housing. First of all, I want to highlight that in both of these areas of work, they're very collaborative. We sort of lead them. And what I mean by that is that we don't lead by saying, hey, here's what we're going to do. We lead by helping motivate others to take action on these problems. So we engage a lot of statewide partners as well as people at the local level. What we're working on in childcare, and Kristen has spoken very eloquently about this in the past, but what we're working on in childcare is a kickstart similar to what Brittany just spoke about for childcare businesses specifically, identifying that childcare in Wyoming is a constraint to workforce, which is a constraint to business growth. And that the reason why that constraint exists is because there isn't enough supply of childcare businesses. It's a business problem. So we applied a business solution to it. We're testing that right now. Kristen and her team are working on understanding, is this experiment working right now? We don't know if it's going to work yet, but I think a lot of people think that it will. That's our hypothesis. As a result of this, the Small Business Development Center has also created a course on how to start childcare businesses. And just recognizing that that's a skill set that needs to be learned in order to make those successful. Now, I love this example because this isn't us doing this. This isn't Kristen or anybody from the Business Council or from any of our partners saying, this is what we need to go do. This is the SBDC working with our child care group and recognizing, I think I could contribute in this way. Let's try this. And we call that emergence. And that's a beautiful thing that happens as a result of the processes that we do. In housing, there's a lot going on. There's a protest petition bill that is working its way through the legislature. There's upcoming interim topics that may be discussed in the interim. We'll see how that all shakes out in the next couple of weeks. And then there's a big coalition that is building and growing in Laramie. Last I heard, it was about 50 people, all who deeply care about the problem of housing in Laramie. And we spoke a little bit about that with the Wyotech project just now, but lots going on in housing and a lot of momentum. Again, that's something that is something that people care about, and it looks different in every community. It's something different in Laramie than it is in Sheridan. Okay. I want to take a little bit of a step back, and you guys might remember this. I think I presented this maybe a year or two ago. So we kind of think about problems as a tree. There are things that we can see, and then there are underlying causes. And what you can see depends on how much you know. And we have learned a lot in the past several years about our problems. So things that we might have said are the problems that we see in Wyoming a few years ago are, we can't recruit enough businesses. We don't have enough jobs here. And those are still things that we might observe. Now we understand that some of the root causes for those problems are, we don't have enough economic diversification, a housing problem, access to capital at the local level, youth outmigration, workforce, and resilient infrastructure. Those you might recognize from the comprehensive economic development strategy that Heather talked about, I think in September. And so we can see that these are causes of Wyoming's economic decline currently. As we've been working on these for anywhere from maybe a year to 3 years, depending on the problems. What we've learned as we've gone through this is there is one root cause that ties all of this together. And you've kind of saw this already in this meeting today. But leaders at the local level, they may not be powerless, they feel powerless, and some of them are powerless because of the systems that are currently in place. And you see that in almost every business council board meeting, I think, where we become the hope for businesses. So when we're working on workforce at the local level, we hear, well, we can't do that. We hear, well, we need state policy changes to have that happen. We need somebody to tell us what we need to do. We need money. We need something else. And we see this problem of powerlessness across the state in every single community that we work in. But through the work that we've been doing on initiatives related to the problem that we are gaining a deeper understanding of, we have gained a greater understanding of the problems that we're really working on. We've developed relationships that allow us to work on these bigger problems of power in communities, of resources in communities. We didn't have the relationships that we needed to work on that a few years ago. And we also have teams of people, just 150 core teams, committed people who really care about something and can do something about it. That gives us a lot to go with. That gives us a lot to use to tackle these big problems. So then the question becomes, what is our job at the Business Council? If this is if our problem is that leaders at the local level feel powerless to make these changes on their own, what can we at the Business Council do about that? Well, the beautiful thing about science is that you never get to be right. And so this is a hypothesis. But here's what we are working on right now to see if this might work. And you guys are part of some of this, of course. We're working on building the systems and the culture that solve the root cause of these problems. So the first is strategic alignment of BRC. We saw an example of that today. You notice there were lots of changes in the write-up for BRC, and we're continuing to make those changes. Those changes will be ever evolving to help communities, help leaders at a local level see how much they can do to grow their ability to feel powerful. We're also encouraging local resourcefulness. So when that finish line moves, which it will always be moving, when that finish line moves, we're there to help people see, how do we fill that gap on our own? We can be guides. We're not going to do it for them, but we can be guides along their journey. And then we're also working with decision makers at the state level to understand and really learn what state policy could empower local leaders, because we don't have the answer to that right now. I don't think probably anybody really understands what the answer is there, but we are working with decision makers to learn about that together. So with that, that's all I have. I'll keep it short so you don't have to keep listening to my voice, but I bet that the committee chair has something to add.
Now you're putting me on the spot. Thanks, Sarah. I think that biggest part in that last slide is the biggest challenge in a positive way that we have as a business council right now. And looking at the last item, working with decision makers to determine state policy, we're in a neat position where as an organization, this staff has done such a great job, especially Ron and Sarah and Josh and others, to build those relationships where the phone call that you get from a legislator, from somebody else, is to someone on the business council to ask those questions rather than reaching out and beating around the bush. Instead, people are coming to the source. And I think the more we can do that, whether it's through staff or through us as a board and our involvement through our communities and through the state level, is vital to this economic success, both for our organization, but more so for the state. So with that slight soapbox, I'd love any questions that anyone has on the board, or if there's anything like you'd like to add, Josh, from your perspective, before we wrap up strategy.
Mr. Committee Chair and Sarah, thanks for walking through that. I think that maybe what I can add to that is that a lot of this stuff happens seemingly under the surface. And I think that's a hard thing for us to grasp. But when you think about the 150 people that our much less than 35 people actually impacted and then set into motion, that's only part of A to A and building state capabilities and some of the work stream work that's going on. That doesn't count the other activities that our team is impacting. And I think when you think about strategy, you could think about the Wyoming Academy, which is a leadership program around economic development. That's another 60 people that were sort of ignited during the course of the last year. And then you think about the discussion that we had today. And one of the things that we are always going to be, and this is the challenge about science also, it's a beautiful thing, but it's also a challenge, is that we are continually experimenting. So today we got to witness this in its full glory and its sometimes messiness. So think about it. A community came to us after months of putting an application together, and you know, the rules say that your loan is your match, but we're ahead and we're leading and we're pulling things along. So we're saying that may not be good enough. In fact, it's not good enough for a few of our members of the board, not good enough. And I'm glad that we had that discussion, because that is the way that innovation occurs. Innovation occurs in a messy place. It does not occur in statute. It does not occur in rule. It does not even occur in board decisions. It happens every day by our team, and it's messy. And so I just want to remind everybody that we don't have a shiny video that shows that messiness, because it would be a messy video that shows that messiness. And we will continue to push in those ways that are messy, and we will continue to do things that seem like, gosh, we should have known that. Well, you can't. We're going to continue to move very, very fast. And what's going to happen is that the people next year will come through and go, well, that was obvious. Of course we knew. And the people that come the year after that are going to go, gosh, I didn't know that. And it's just going to be that continual innovation, and it's going to be painful. And that's part of leadership that I think we're doing, not just in strategy, but you heard it from everyone who spoke today. They are exhibiting leadership and innovation in everything that they do. And they're making it, I don't want to say making it possible, but they're creating the environment where emergence can happen. And I see the director of the Small Business Development Center, Jill Klein, in the audience, and that recognition that, hey, we have skills that can be applied to this problem, and we see that problem as it emerged from people who are feeling that problem. That's a beautiful thing. That is exactly how it should work. It wasn't the federal government said that we should do this, and so we did this, and we did it, and we got some metrics. No, that's not how it worked. And so I think when you look back at the way this is occurring, it's occurring the way it should. It's just not the way it always does. And I think we're going to see some really good success out of that. And I just appreciate, Mr. Committee Chair, I appreciate you taking the time this year to do that. I appreciate the members of your committee plugging in, because that is a very powerful thing when we can bring in leaders, little L, big L leaders, all of them, and have them start saying the things that maybe we said last year, because that's the lag that we're going to see. But the things that we say this year, people are going to say next year. And it's just going to work like that for a long, long time. And I think that us continuing to be bold, continuing to take those risks, continue to engage in situations that are really messy, is just part of who we are. And I want to kind of highlight that and appreciate that, because again, not just from the strategy team, but from everybody who came up here and spoke today, it didn't sound like last February's board meeting. It sounded like this one. And the next one's not going to sound like this one either. And so I just appreciate that pace and that dedication to continuing to move fast. So thanks for the opportunity.
Well said. Thank you for packaging that up. And I not to add on to something I shouldn't add on, but looking at our session yesterday, not only did we have the SLIB members, we had members of organizations in the state, with Energy Alliance, with Petroleum Association, and others that haven't traditionally been involved with the Business Council, but with where we're headed and the direction that we talked about with SLIB, just having those folks in the room shows that we're moving the right direction. And that's thanks to everyone in this room. So thank you. With that, anything else you want to add, Sarah? If not, we'll close it out. Well, Mr. Co-Chair, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah, and thanks to the strategy committee. Boy, we're getting close here. And the next item is the 2025 Officers Nominating Committee recommendation. Ms. Tomasi.
Well, thank you, Eric. And when you say we're getting close, are you saying you can finally take a breath and be done? I had the honor of being asked to be the chair of the nominating committee, and I had the privilege of working with Melissa and Joe Schaefer, and we came up with a slate of officers that we think will serve the Business Council very, very well in the next year. And this is the slate that we decided upon. Mark Law as co-chair, Derek Smith, vice chair, Dr. Schaefer as secretary treasurer. We will vote on these as a slate. Are there any questions, discussions, anything that anybody wants to add? Okay. Well, that was easy. That was easy. Okay, so do I hear a motion to consider the nominating committee recommendations as a slate of officers? Thank you. Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And those that are opposed can't be the ones that just got nominated. Yeah, I know. Okay, so I think we have the slate. Congratulations all.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. And now we have reached the conclusion. We have a few outgoing board members. Before we get to that, are there any other board matters to come forward? Okay. Cindy, go ahead.
We are here and we celebrate our businesses in Wyoming. And a lot of times I don't even know some of these new businesses that are starting up and I get so excited about it. But I do want to just share with everybody one of our not new businesses, but a newer business just was nominated for the Earthshot Prize. It's an international prize. There was 5,342 nominations, and our Wyoming business is one of the 60 finalists. And I don't know when we'll get chosen as one of the, I just know we will, one of the 20 finalists, but we will be then visited maybe by Prince William. So, Prince Charles, I guess. It depends upon who comes, but I think it's exciting when these kinds of things happen in Wyoming, and we should be excited for that business. So if anybody gets to see Brian Derlew, tell him congratulations. Frog Creek Partners is his business, and I just thought I was excited to hear about it.
Perfect. That's fantastic. Thank you. Thanks for sharing. Any other? So the next SLIB meeting is scheduled for April 3rd. Our next board meeting will be May 20 and 21 in Casper. with committee meetings the week of May 5th. We have 5 outgoing board members. So they are Pam Thayer and Elaine Harvey. In addition to that, Cindy Johnson, Chuck Kenyon, and Kathy Tomasi, who recently served as co-chair. So great appreciation to all of you. Do any of you have anything you'd like to say before other people say things about you?
Maybe we should wait for a rebuttal.
I think this team is amazing. I think you all are fabulous. The board has been wonderful. I've learned so much and I appreciate it so much. That's all I have to say.
It's been an honor to serve Wyoming in this matter. Been remarkable education for me. And I'm glad that I served with Kathy because she asked all the questions that I couldn't figure out to ask. So I got the answers without having to embarrass myself. And it was great serving with you guys. It was a good time.
Okay. Fantastic. And again, we are very grateful for all of your service. Mr. Durrell.
Mr. Co-Chair, I think we're going to need privilege for a minute to take some time to roast all 3 of these folks. So yeah, one of us was going to have to do it. So thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, for making that me. I relish this. You know, we're always lucky to have board members, and we're having, having 5 leave the board at one time is pretty challenging. And Pam, I think time on this board really propelled her into taking a bigger step to service to the state and serving in our legislature. And I think that's a really admirable thing. And it's, we shouldn't ask her now. I think we should probably ask her here in a few months how that went, because that's a lot of work. But I do think that her time in service in Carbon County, as well as on this board, has probably made her a really good fit for the legislature. And so we definitely appreciate that. Speaking of legislators, Ms. Harvey was a legislator, and she brought a different perspective to the board than maybe we've ever had because of that time in the legislature. She was able to bring history to the decisions we were making because she knew the intent of some of the statutes, and she understood some of the debates and brought those up from the floor of the legislature to our decision making. And it's always a good idea to understand the past so that you can make good decisions. And I know that she was only able to serve a 3-year term, her first term, and taking care of her health and taking care of her well-being is much more important. And so we thank her for that time on the board, and definitely we will miss her a lot. I think that was really important. And since both of those 2 aren't here, that's why I was so nice to them. No, I joke because I do, Chuck. I really appreciate the insight you had. You have an insider's view of what it is like at an agency at a local level, and maybe with a bigger reach than that. But to be able to bring that forth and to help our decision making, I think in the right times. And yes, no one can ask questions like Kathy, and we're going to talk about that here in a minute. But the insight that you brought from a smaller community as well as an agency within that community, and to be able to see the inner workings of a community from your perspective has been very, very helpful to the board. And I for one appreciate that. So thank you. Ms. Johnson, the book recommendations are something that you are always good at giving. And, you only read 1 book a week, I guess, which isn't that many. But I think you see the future in a way that a lot of people don't. And I think that that's a gift that we are going to miss, because what we're doing here is we're trying to set the course for the future. And sometimes it's hard to see when you're in the middle of everything. And so you always brought that perspective that sort of made us think, gosh, we didn't think about it like that. And so doing that is something that we relied upon from you. And we'll just have to see what happens next. So thank you for your time on the board as well. Miss Tomasi, former co-chair Tomasi. Thank, yeah, it was one of the worst 5 years. No, I'm kidding. I'm sure it was harder for you than it was for me. But Miss Tomasi, thanks for always asking those questions. And what she does in public, she does in private. She always asks really good questions, whether we're in a committee meeting, whether we're on the phone. We'll call it discussing, but a lot of times it was well, it was louder than my normal voice, and it was probably louder than her normal voice. And there were times when we probably thought, boy, we're never going to see eye to eye. But we always figured out how to talk through it. And I think that your perspective, the way you have kind of gone from private business to the public sector, then to board work, equipped you really well to help us a lot. And if you think about the change that has occurred while the three of you have been on the board, I think it's pretty outstanding. And it's that continual push toward better that we needed. And those questions, I was joking around that we should probably have like a Q Scrabble piece that we pass around, and you've got to ask the question. You've got to be the question person because we need that. And so it's possible that there are other question people on the board. They just never were able to get a word in edgewise. You said you weren't going to say anything else. But I really do appreciate that. And we all do appreciate that gift, and it's special to the state. And I hope that you will come back to a public meeting or two and join us. So thank you. Yeah. And I'm now done. So if others want to chip in.
Well, I'm going to solve part of the problem for next year, Josh. I'm developing a new app, and it's called the chatcathy.ai. And I'm going to distribute it to everybody so next year we don't stand around like we're at a junior high dance. So it's going to feed us some questions. And then, no, I appreciate all the service of the board members, and thank you for your service to the state. I look forward to connecting as we go further. And so thank you. And Kylie, did she ever ask you where you were going when you were in high school, when you're going out? Did she? Okay. I thought maybe that might be the case. So we should all be that fortunate, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's great. Anything else? Melissa.
Yeah, I would like to. This is my third board meeting, but I just wanted to thank all of you for being so welcoming, taking me under your wing, helping me learn the ropes. So I really appreciate each and every one of you, those that are going and those that are staying.
Okay, well, we appreciate once again your commitment and your contributions to the Business Council over the last few years. And with that, we would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Can I have that privilege? My last? Meeting adjourned. I move to have the meeting.
It's been moved. Here, let me hand this over here. It's been moved. Do we have a second? We had a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? All in favor? All in favor of adjourning? Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you, Kathy.
I'm sorry, I didn't respond to your